Wrigley Field, it's a Saturday afternoon baseball game. The difference for this series, there may be more Oriole fans than Cub fans. They are filling up the yard. A tough loss yesterday. The Orioles back, game 2, looking for a win behind Bud Norris, who's after victory number 12. It's the Orioles on Masson and back in Chicago at Wrigley Field with a lot of Oriole fans on hand for Game 2 as the O's take on the Cubs interleague action. We hope. Because right now the wind is blowing in off the lake. That's a live shot. What you're looking at's the rain that's on its way in to Wrigley Field. We hope it will stay out there, but we'll see. Rain predicted for this afternoon. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Thorne, and welcome for the Orioles. They maintain that big lead in the American League East. They have done it all season long with injuries to the likes of their all-star catcher, Matt Weeder. Beginning of the season, of course, third baseman Manny Machado out. Others have gone along the way but been back. But now, Manny Machado's out, and he's not coming back. It's the other knee this time, and there's a need for surgery. So the Orioles will have to make do without their all-star third baseman. You take a look at the numbers that he put up this season. The shame of it all for him is that he really was just getting into game shape when he got back in. The Orioles, you see, have done well when he's been in or when he's been out of the lineup. But that will not make it any easier. Manny Machado's succinct comment was this.
It's a bummer. It really is. But it's part of life, you know, part of life. Stuff that, you know, I'm glad it happened now than later on in my career when I'm a little older. I'm young now, still, you know, I'm going to recover faster. So I'm glad it happened now. But you know, it sucks having two knee surgeries and within 2 years. But I guess it's just going to make me stronger as a person and as a man. And you know, we're just gonna, you know, I just got to stay mentally strong and you know, just keep working harder.
I mean, we played 40, 50 games without him. You know, we played the first, month or two, and he's had some days he would like to have him, but, you know, life goes on, baseball goes on, and, you know, it's not uncharted territory for this team for performing and playing with people that, you know, on paper were going to, you know, be with us. I'm looking at the people we have here, the people we have in Norfolk, the people we have in Bowie, and continue to you know, lean on the versatility of our players. This game has a strange way of finding unexpected heroes, so to speak. So it's another opportunity that opens up for somebody, is the way I'd look at it. So we'll see. You're always looking for ways to impact the team.
I'm not going to try to replace him, just try to pick up the slack where he's gone and continue to make the routine plays. If you look at any championship team, any championship caliber team, I think you look at their roster, it's changed over the course of a season. That's just the thing you have to deal with playing 162 games a year. You know you're going to have injuries, you know you're going to have guys get beat up, and it's just part of it.
Well, there you go. Pretty well put, Jim, by all the parties concerned.
Yeah, I mean, it's baseball. And, you know, I think Buck is a realist. You know, the bad news, you're going to lose Manny Machado. He's a terrific player. He's only 22. Good news for him is that, hey, there are great doctors out there. In this world, you like to be able to do things. You know, in my game, you always did corrective stuff, so you like to do preventive stuff. Well, that couldn't be done. Maybe he had a genetic problem with his knees. They'll take care of it. They'll lose him. You do have a guy that can play third base. Now, will you have the kind of depth you've had all year long? No. So if somebody else goes down, maybe that'll be a concern. But Pierce can play first. Davis can play third. You know, the bottom line, this is a good club, and the even better news, as you mentioned, they do have an 8-game lead. Now, there are a lot of other teams that are going to take a little bit of maybe hope. Kind of what Robin Williams said about that flag 400 yards away. They give you hope, you know, when you're playing golf. The other teams will look at this, you know, they saw a lot of games in their division. So, again, you know, just keep playing well. That's the theme. They made do without Manny, without Wieters, and he'll just move on, and this is a pretty good ball club. They're going to just kind of have to figure it out.
When we come back, we're going to talk with Bobby Dickerson, who spent a lot of time with Manny Machado, getting him ready for the major leagues and working with him here. Get Bobby's reaction to Manny and what's it going to be like now without him. By Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. By Chapin Davis, providing investments that can produce income from your retirement plan. Call to learn more, 800-222-3246 or at chapindavis.com. And by AT&T, mobilizing your world. On a foggy day here in Chicago, at least on the north side, Bobby Dickerson, third base coach, worked with Manny to get him ready to come to the majors. Talked with him this afternoon. His reaction to Manny being gone for the year.
You know, it's hard to understand, how it happened so quick, but it is what it is. We knew when he was a young player he had, some weaker legs, but so do all young players. But let's get this thing taken care of, and hopefully we get it behind us and move forward.
Now what at third base? What do you think?
We're going to go with Chris Davis, and whoever Buck writes in there is really who's going to play there. And my job is to get him some options.
And what does that mean?
That just means getting all the guys ready to play there. We've had Phelps get some work there, Flash, obviously, and Chris Davis right now. So gives him a few options, and whoever he writes in there, we're going to try to keep him ready.
And gives you a little more work on positioning, yes.
Definitely. It's one thing. When guys get used to what we're doing, and kind of get a feel how we're moving and who we're doing things with, it's a lot easier for me. But now I have to be on Chris a little more diligently and really pay attention where he is at every pitch. And hopefully he can catch on and in the next few weeks, be a little bit easier.
Bobby, there's been so much discussion about the shift this season because it works so well. What's your feeling on it as far as a rule change that would in some way limit what you could do with a shift?
I just don't see how they could possibly change the rule. I mean, then what do? You can't take the bunt away? I mean, at what point do you what can you do? Okay, I can't play guys over there. What if, you're holding a runner? The biggest hole in baseball has always been runner on first base holding a runner, second baseman cheating for double play depth. You can drive an 18-wheeler through that hole for years, and nobody hit it. Right-hand hitters couldn't hit it. So if left-handers understand they hit the ball down the third baseline, they'll get hits. And then there'll be some changes made with the defenses. But right now, all we do is try to position ourselves with the best percentage of getting their ground balls.
Well, I mean, how much do you look at now as far as available material and planning for what you're going to do with a shift against particular hitters?
You know, all the way back in 1987, I played for Buck, and we had a paper spray chart that every time we played a hitter, every ball they put in play against us, we charted it on a piece of paper, and it kind of gave us an idea. I remember playing shortstop for Buck on the shift side against a left-hand hitter. I remember that in 1987 without all the technology we have now. So, you know, we have video. We can see matchups. We can see exactly what each hitter's done against each pitcher. But more importantly, we see the biggest trait is what the hitter does genuinely against a right-hand hitter versus a left-hand hitter. You know, it's usually more true so that, you know, if you're a left-hand hitter facing a right-hand pitcher, where you hit the ball is pretty much the same against all left-hand, you know, right-hand pitchers. So we usually use the spray chart the most. Ben Worthen does a great job, and Mike Silverman, they give me a lot of information and do a lot of my homework for me. But I still go back and double-check things if I have any questions.
How about the shift during the count?
Well, we found that some hitters, you know, when they get ahead in the count, we've always done that too. If a hitter's ahead in the count, he's looking for something he can pull and maybe hit out of the ballpark. So we'll be a little more aggressive, you know, and maybe encourage them. You know, when they get 2-0, 3-0 to hit a ground ball the other way, we'll let them have it. Yep. We don't want them to try to go deep and score a run real quick. So, but then when they get to 2 strikes and they're in fight mode, we may move back and take away a little push ground ball. So we just try to move with the counts with hitters that we think can utilize the count.
You know, Bobby, one of the things that surprised me the most in that is guys, you move, play them, left-handers in particular, play them to pull when there are 2 strikes. I've seen you do that a lot. Yeah,
definitely, on a guy that we don't think can handle a bat. But if there's a guy that we know and we've seen on video and he's adjusted his swing, shortened up, choked up on the bat, does something that makes you think, okay, when he's in fight mode, he'll push the ball the other way, then we won't. But if we see a guy still trying to go deep, you know, if you notice, no one makes adjustments on Chris, you know, because he still gets a pitch. What he does for us is every once in a while he hits a home run for us in a big situation, and guys will say, hey, Chris, go ahead, hit a ground ball the other way. We'd rather that, and then you hit a 3-run homer.
Okay. The final question is, how much of a difference has it made in batting averages? And I'm not asking for a number, but how much of a difference is the shift making?
You know, I don't have it exactly. I mean, there's people the people that are against it say it hasn't made a difference, only 4 or 5 points, you know, in the last 20 years that batting averages have gone down or something. I've heard that number, but you know what? I know this. There's a lot of balls I see every night on ESPN get caught that would be a hit. So, and I try to pay attention, which I do. I mark down when I'm beat, meaning if a ground ball gets hit where if we were just playing straight up, it would have been an out. That ended up resulting in a hit because we were in a shift mode, and it's rare. You know, it happens, but it's not as much as the hits are taken away.
Bobby, we really appreciate it. Thanks for some of the explanations. It helps.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Bobby Dickerson, third base coach.
Yeah, he is going to be a busy man, and the reason I say that, especially when you're positioning your third baseman, you know, Hardy, you don't have to move him because he knows he kind of takes care of Scope over second base, even though they obviously the tendency Bobby Dickerson deals with. But Brooks Robinson, I never saw anybody move him because that's why he's in the Hall of Fame with 16 Gold Gloves. The Sensei was a very good third baseman, and then all of a sudden it's not only it's more depth than it is are you playing the line or are you playing the hole.
How about the fact that is Jerry DiPizzo on saxophone from the band OAR, which of course is from Maryland. They were founded in 1996 in Rockville, made up of members. Jerry DiPizzo himself happens to come from Youngstown, Ohio, but the other 4 band members grew up in Rockville and went to Ohio State University, where they met him and have been around since '96 and a really good band performing our national anthem. As we get set for baseball here at Wrigley, we'll check the starting lineups and take a look at the starting pitchers when we come back. Right now, and the fans kind of hiding up underneath, waiting to see if it's going to rain or not.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's game
seats. Let's take a look at our Jeep Inside the Numbers page dealing with the Orioles and this current road trip, where they have gone 4-3. How about that batting average at .229?
They have seen. I mean, when you go back and revisit the pitching they've seen. I think it's something. Obviously, it reflects in the batting average. You can see the Orioles have pitched very well, so that's how they've won 4 out of 7. I mean, when you get Sale, when you get Kluber, when you got Carrasco, the way he was pitching, and then Quintana, and you're able to win 4 of these 7 games. Yesterday, Arrieta was terrific, a little bit better than Gausman. Again, I looked at this 9-game road trip, and a lot of times you don't reflect on the team's 1-loss record. You reflect on who you're going to face in those short series, and they've seen a lot of good pitching.
And today won't be any different. A young pitcher, and Kyle Hendricks is going to be on the mound for the Cubs. Buck Showalter. The concern right now has to be with the rain likely and the fog literally now into the outfield. You start this game, the rain comes, and you lose your starters if they only work an inning or 2.
Well, both of the bullpens, maybe the Orioles, especially with the off day on Thursday. But I think we're just waiting because of their starts. 1:20. Umpires just came out. A lot of Oriole fans, as is yesterday. I thought Buck Showalter, when he talked about it, he said the Giants were in town, symbol orange and black. He said, even if they were Giant fans, I kind of told them they were Oriole fans and welcome to Chicago. It's just amazing how busy the street is when you stay downtown.
Yep, it is. Well, the Cubs have taken the field. And take a look at our train game time temperature. With all this fog, it's only 77 degrees. You see that humidity, though, up to 82%. Visit trainsearch.com to find your local train comfort specialist dealer. It's hard to stop a train really hard. Here's the starting lineup for the Orioles, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Their fares online only at southwest.com. Markakis, Pearson, Jones, Cruz, Davis, and Hardy. Scope, Hundley and Norris. Orioles continue to rotate their catchers, and for J.J. Hardy, spectacular month of August.
And take a look at Kyle Hendricks. A lot of fastballs, but sinkers, and then the breaking balls, a little bit of a cutter, change up a quarter of the time, and a little bit, I mean, very successful, very much like Jake Arrieta, because they both win. Arrieta came into yesterday's game at 7-4, won the 7th game, but I mean, he throws the ball on the ground, and it's just amazing how well he's pitched at this level. 3 runs in his first inning. Since then, 1-2-2-0-1. Can go deep in the game. Very pitch efficient. And comes out of Southern California. Dad John is a golf pro, and this kid can pitch. I watched his last 2 games, one via tape, and just happened to be off that night. And if you're playing behind him, it reminds me of Maddox, and that's 355 wins. And you know, great changeup, great movement on the fastball, can pitch to both sides of the plate. His first baseman Anthony Rizzo said very simply, we like him because he pitches well and he pitches quick.
Defenses just love that, and so does Rick Renteria, their manager. He was voted as having the best changeup and the best control among the Cubs minor league pitchers coming into this season. He was the 2013 minor league pitcher of the year, and his minor league record 31-19 with an ERA of 2.69. So here's yet another of the young players the Cubs are counting on for the future. So the Orioles will see what they can do with him, and Nick Markakis will be leading it off. Markakis had an offer in the ball game yesterday, as Nick ended up with an 0 for 4 in that one. Nick continues though with that great 290 mark and the 42 RBIs on the season.
Yeah, kind of a roller coaster road trip. 7 for his first 17, and now 0 for his last 12.
And the pitch will be taken down low for a ball, and we are underway.
Yeah, see, Arrieta could throw it by you yesterday. I had met Kyle Hendricks yesterday. He said in high school I did hit 95, but he'll probably top out at 91 today.
Ball will be popped up outside of third. That'll end up in the seats. The numbers for Kyle Hendricks here at home, while they're limited, are astounding. He has pitched 21 2/3 innings here at Wrigley. He's given up 1 run on 18 hits in 21 2/3 innings. That's an ERA of .44 in home games so far. Did it against San Diego, St. Louis, and Milwaukee. That'll be down the left field side, not a play.
And he does it in a ballpark, even though, I mean, such a small ballpark. I mean, it goes out down the lines a little bit more, but power alley's what, 368, and they come in actually. But if you talk to the hitters and then Bill Miller, the hitting instructor, he said the wind doesn't blow out that often, maybe 10% of the time.
We'll reach for that one just to protect.
Yeah, there's a changeup. And remember Maddox in interleague play '97. The philosophy was don't get to 2 strikes, because then you got to look for everything, but especially the changeup. He'll throw it in any count. And Kyle Hendricks is not a whole lot different from that, yet he's very young.
Markakis trying to get out of the 0 for 12, and he won't there, as that one falls off the table and a strikeout.
Well, there's the changeup. So you get to see 5-6 pitches, but then quality and location. Look at that changeup. He just turns it over. It's almost like a screwball. You know, Nick is very good at covering the outside corner, but just can't get to it.
So a strikeout recorded. That's 30 strikeouts in 49 innings. Hendricks giving up the fewer hits than innings pitched, not walking many. Always a good sign. Is a ground ball pitcher. 51% of the balls that have been hit off him have been on the ground, and that amazing 202 opponent batting average. Shift is put on against Steve Pearce. 5-game hit streak for Steve. Pitch will be taken outside. Now with Manny Machado gone, you're looking at the Orioles first baseman, and bear in mind, as he was telling us yesterday when we interviewed him, that's his position as far as he's concerned. That's where he started. That's where he played in the minors. He likes playing first base, and he has experience there, and now the Orioles are going to use it.
Yeah, I looked at him as a kind of a hitter and an outfielder, and then when Chris Davis went down in early May, he was picked up on waivers, declined him, and then had a terrific series both offensively and defensively down in Tampa.
Pierce will level that one to the gap in left center field. That's going to be on the warning track. It'll be hauled in goes to second. That'll be a stand-up double, and he continues hot. 6-game hit streak now for Pierce.
Well, that's the point that Bill Miller, their hitting instructor, said. Now that ball's hit pretty hard, and Alcantara was able to get there before it even got to the wall. So when the wind blows off the lake, as you mentioned, balls that are smoked, and this is smoked. I mean, that's a two-seamer that ends up in the middle of the plate, and he's able to run it down. I mean, you still get the extra base hit through the fog, but it doesn't even get to the wall.
Nope. And the air is so heavy here today, along with the wind. Boy, trying to hit a ball out of here, unless you go down the line one way or the other, is going to be tough.
Well, Matt Wieters, Orioles all-star catcher who was on the DL with the Tommy John surgery, said he saw Ernie Banks. There would be a guy, the perfect expert on Wrigley Field all over the years. 512 lifetime home runs.
Here is Jones, 312, runners in scoring position. Adam gets a chance, 0 for 4 in the ball game. Pitch will be in the outside corner. Both pitcher hitter going to have to get a read on Chris Sagal as the home plate umpire. He's out of Virginia. First year in the major league level. Worked in the minors since 2006 umpiring games. And one of the new umpires this season.
I watched him yesterday. Very, very thorough. Of course, his first base a little different than home plate. There's another strike. Every time there would be a play, either the first baseman or pitchers covering, he would wait till they followed the bag, and then did they hold the ball. And we had about 3 or 4 plays. Now you don't see umpires do that, so whoever taught him seems like he's.
Well, that's how the young umpires are learning now, huh? Because of the requirements. The delivery on the way, and another off-speed pitch way out in front of it, fouled back by Adam Jones.
Yeah, see, from what I've seen of Kyle Hendricks, that's a perfect example. He hit the outside corner, then he throws a little cutter off the outside corner. But the other, for a guy that's this young at 24th, and he's pitched 7 starts, this is his 8th start in the big leagues, he can come in on you too, and that's where the sinker comes in. So he'll run it underneath your hands, and you can see three pitches right on the outside part of the plate.
Control artist, delivery on the way. Adam gets a hold of it and pops it way up into the fog. Shortstop, and there'll be no play on that. Baez going over it.
Now, this is one of the small parks. I mean, it might even be foul territory wise smaller than Fenway.
I think it is. I think you're right.
They put tarps down because obviously there's so many people come out take the tours. There's people very much like Fenway Park, Yankee Stadium, on the cinder behind home plate during batting practice. That's very much like Fenway there. It's where the field actually goes out, so you do have a little room to pitch to the lines here. But the power alleys on a normal day, pretty reachable.
2-strike count. Adam trying to get that run in from second base. Will take it outside. Good block made by Castillo, the catcher. As far as Hendricks is concerned, he hasn't had a wild pitch in his first 7 starts. He's hit a couple of batters, but that again further evidence of the control that this young Dartmouth graduate has. He turned down a original chance to sign a major league contract and decided he wanted to go to Dartmouth. He graduated with a degree in economics last year. Grew up in California, Central Coast area, Capistrano. 1 ball, 2-strike count. Runner off second base. Jones going to get a run in. That's going to go into the corner. Chased down by Coughlin. It'll go all the way to the ivy. Adam will go to second. And the Orioles have a 1-0 lead. 3 hitters in.
Yeah, bad pitch to Steve Pierce, but then there's the veteran Adam Jones just kind of looking. He said, try to throw it by me. This is a little cut fastball. He goes out and gets it. It's not a bad pitch, but the result is he's looking away, saying, I don't think you can throw it by me. And then he just lashes it down in the corner. So not only do you get the run in, you get another runner in scoring position. There you go. 25 doubles to go with his 24 home runs.
78 RBIs now for Adams. He is for Jones rather. He is tied with Markakis in doubles with 25. And the delivery to short. Jones got caught. He's going to be out at second base. Bad base running play. Adam Jones. He had it in front of him. He'll be the first one to say, my bad.
Yep. Well, you got to get it out. You just didn't want the lead runner. So anything to your right, you don't want to go on. And sometimes you just start leaning and you can't recover. Baez makes a nice throw, and they don't get out of the inning, but they certainly Hendricks is elated that there's no longer anybody in scoring position at second base.
So Cruz hits into the fielder's choice. He's on at first, and here is Chris Davis. Chris with a 1 for 4 in the ball game yesterday. He'll go after the first pitch. A little bounce at the first. Rizzo will go to the bag. But the Orioles will get on the board. Back-to-back doubles by Pierce and Jones. And Bud Norris will go to the mound with a 1-0 lead. Wrigley in Chicago. Take a look at the starting lineup for the Cubs. It'll be Coughlin, Baez, and Rizzo. Valbuena, Sweeney, and Castillo. Alcantara, or Alcantara, or Alcandra, depending on who you talk to here in Chicago. Logan Watkins and Kyle Hendricks. Valbuena last 3, a couple of home runs and a big average.
I'm going with Aris Mende myself.
Okay, good.
Bud Norris, there it is. A lot of fastballs. Breaking ball, pretty much the slider. And the cut fastball, change-ups, maybe 10-11% early in the year. He's actually used it effectively. He just doesn't throw it very much. Kind of wonder how he's done here. 4-4 lifetime. Major League debut back in 2009, but has never. Last 4 starts against the Cubs have been here 1-2 with an ERA of over 5 runs a game. But I'd like to think, if you look at all the numbers, he's a much better pitcher. And like he told you after the game against the White Sox, where he outdueled Chris Sale, he said they hit a lot of balls at people. We caught him. But he also was very aggressive. First time in 19 games, and didn't walk anybody. And I think that's a good habit to get into at this ballpark.
So Norris will work against Coughlin, the leadoff batter, who's faced him a lot and has no hits. He's 0 for 14 off Bud Norris after the 0 for 4 in the opener yesterday. And the pitch will miss for a ball. Coughlin getting the start in left field. Lineup varied today with the right-handers on the mound here for the Orioles. Kevin Gausman yesterday faced a lineup had a lot of left-handed hitters in it. There are today as well, but not nearly the number that were in there yesterday. Part of that reason is right-handers actually have a better batting average against Norris than do the left-handers. Not by much, but 252 to 247. And the pitch is outside for a ball. Interesting to see if this fog interferes with the game at all. There have been many occasions here at Wrigley where games have had to be stopped because the outfielders can't see the baseball. You see it's coming in over that right field bleacher area into right center field, and at times enough, I think, caused some problems with seeing the baseball. That pitch is in there for a strike.
Yeah, it was foggy about 6:30 this morning, early this morning, but it looked like, I mean, these are almost like clouds of fog.
Yeah, you can't see the buildings outside the ballpark for the most part as you look over towards the lake. That ball to the gap in left center field, but it's going to be playable, and Cruz makes the catch.
Let's take a look at our Chevrolet Oriole defense, and it's a good one. Cruz, Jones, and Markakis. You're going to see that a lot, especially the next couple of days because of the DH. Davis, Hardy, Scope, Pierce, and then Nick Hundley, the veteran. He knows the Cubs. They know him coming out of the National League, coming over from San Diego.
So one down and nobody on. That'll bring up Baez. Baez, who delivered the tremendous home run out on Waveland Avenue in the 5th inning, is 6th of the year. 1 for 4 with the RBI off that home run. Young player who, after the ball game, after hitting the home run, said to the press, "That's the way I swing. I'm going to keep on swinging that way. I don't care if I strike out."
That's right. I'm not afraid to. 31 Ks and 73 at bats.
That's the way he swings.
Yeah. And he'll run into some like he did yesterday. If you're on your game pitching, stay out of the middle of the plate, certainly have much of a better chance. When he struck out 4 against Madison Bumgarner, the Giants, he just went up the ladder, stayed right there. Now, can you throw it? And that's the difference. Bud is probably more comfortable in the lefties than in the righties. So right there, Hundley goes up and in, and he missed down and away. So that's missing by almost 2 feet.
Orioles have the shift on against the right-hander. Now the fog is really settling in right and center. Can you see the outfielders? And the pitch will be taken. Did he go? No. But who knows? Dan Iasone looking in from first, or at least trying to.
I'll take a look, and it certainly could have gone either way.
Yep.
And it didn't.
We can say that on about every one of those, can't we? His check swings are just completely subjective. And the delivery will be taken for a strike. Now you see how it's just rolling in off the lake here, that fog. There is rain out there behind it. Right now the fog could be a problem. Thing is, the wind's blowing in, so it's blowing it through the ballpark. You kind of get layers, kind of a tide of fog coming in. 3-2 delivery on the way, and he gets him on the pitch away.
There's 2 quality pitches in a row. In fact, the slider on 3-1 was so good he took it, and then he comes right back. And I mean, ran into Jake Arrieta today, who pitched so well. He said it's all about, once you find out, that's maybe 5-6 years in the big leagues executing your pitches, and that's about as executed as well as you can to a strikeout guy.
Yeah, so a couple outs here. The Orioles on top, and Rizzo, as Norris looks for a good, clean first inning.
Yeah, here's the prototypical first ball fastball hitter. See, that's the ball that even stands right on top of the plate. Bud thinks it might have been a strike. 11 first pitch home runs. Guess who's right behind him?
Second in the National League with 29 homers, 3 shy of Giancarlo Stanton of Miami. And on the first pitch, it's Nelson Cruz and him who are 1 and 2. And that one he will take as well. Count goes to 2-0, or it really gets dangerous.
Yeah, well, Chris Siegel already. I mean, we always talk about, are they pitchers umpires or hitters umpires? He may be leaning more to being a hitter's guy. Close pitchers are, at least here in the first, going in the favor of the hitters.
Rizzo with the cut you would expect on that 2-0 count. 2-1. He's 0 for 4 in the series, and he too has faced Norris. 0 for 9 against the Orioles starter. It's not somebody barbecuing, folks. That's Mother Nature. And the pitch will be taken inside. 3-1 on Rizzo.
Too bad.
Too bad. Barbecue was good today, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They had barbecue in the press room today that was outstanding. Not as good as Boog's.
No.
But it was good. 3-1 count with 2 down. The delivery to Rizzo, and he'll put it in the air. Hardy back. Cruz coming. Cruz wants it, and he's got it. Good inning, clean inning. Norris retires the side, and after 1 here at Wrigley, the Orioles have the 1-0 lead. Players won $500 for being selected. You get $500 more for every Orioles home run hit. Play the Orioles scratch-off game, Maryland Lottery. Your chance to be a contestant. Enter by September 1st to qualify. You could see the World Series. You can find out how at mdlottery.com/Orioles. And today, the Maryland Lottery contestants who won the trip to see the Orioles play here at Wrigley are on hand for this game. Ran into them coming up the stairway, and they were very happy about being here and delighted. A great opportunity.
The ramps of Wrigley Field.
Yes. Good for those under 40. And we'll leave it there. Here's J.J. Hardy, and the pitch is taken inside for a ball. Hardy had a 1 for 3, 284 number that he's put up on the season, which has been highlighted, of course, by this month's 356 batting average in August. Hendricks will have Scope and then Hundley to follow. 1 ball, 1 strike count. And he'll take that to short, a base hit. So Hardy's on. A couple of hits now in the series, and that one a leadoff single. Well, the Orioles once again in the hunt for the postseason. Now's the time to back the Birds. Place a deposit for 2015 full or partial season plans, including the convenient 13-game plan. You can do so by going to Orioles.com/postseason, and if you do, you'll be guaranteed the opportunity to buy postseason tickets for this year before the general public. So the Orioles get the leadoff man on. Hendricks retires. 78% of leadoff batters. That's a big number.
Yeah. Well, I look at this after this will be the 8th starting pitcher the Orioles have seen on this 9-game homestand or road trip, and he certainly, and it doesn't mean you can't pitch, he's the softest tosser of the group. So we'll see how that all plays out. And I will tell you this, if he stays in the middle of the plate like he did to the 2 doubles and that hit, the Orioles are going to do some damage. But what the 2 games I saw him pitch, he was able to change speeds well and stay out of the middle of the plate. That's his pitching coach to Chris Bosio. And
in the dirt, another good stop made by Castillo. Jonathan Scope 2-1.
I mean, he's typical. I don't know, for most pitchers, there are some guys who can get behind and still pitch well, but 0-1, 163. You always have those numbers when he gets behind hitters. After 1-0, they go to 271. That's a 140-point difference. Just the thing, he usually doesn't get behind too many guys. Very quick to the plate. Yeah.
Castillo's thrown out 27% of base stealers behind the plate, and we'll see whether or not the Orioles want to try and run. This is a combination that maybe it could, but the Orioles do very little of that. Down to third base. That is a fair ball. It went right over the bag and by Valbuena into the corner. Coughlin going over to get it. Has trouble with it. Bobby Dickerson holds him up as a throw. Comes into the cutoff man, and Jonathan Scope's got a 2-bagger.
Yeah, he's going to be a little more aggressive because of the count at 2-0. There it is, 15th double, little ground ball, but you get to guess a little bit, get a little bit quicker. Valbuena playing off the line made it. In fact, the whole team played well. And he's looking right there as that ball bounces right over the bag. Doesn't have to land fair, it just has to be going over the bag. And Bobby Dickerson cuts J.J. Hardy off because there's nobody out, didn't want to get him thrown out, but that ball hit something down there and stopped.
In the bullpen area.
Yeah, I think Coughlin thought it was going to go down into the corner, but it didn't.
So Hundley gets a chance here with the Orioles already on top, 1-0.
And they play Rizzo in at first.
Hundley will take the pitch for a strike. Hundley has been very good at 292 with runners in scoring position. He's 7 for 24 for the Orioles.
Well, this is a critical at bat because you're trying to obviously get a more significant lead. But without the DH, you have the pitcher waiting. So that's
First
why
base is open.
Yep.
If you want to work around Hundley, you can to get to the pitcher. Delivery on the way down to third. That will be foul ball, and a 2-strike count on Hundley. Hendricks in his young career numbers 233 with runners in scoring position against him, which is below that average, which is up around 254, 255. He's about 20 points below that.
Yeah, one game with 7 strikeout. That was his major league debut, and then a couple of games ago 6. That's what he's looking for here.
Now the infield's drawn in. They changed the defense up with a 2-strike count. He is a ground ball pitcher. Obviously, a lead runner Hardy at third base does not have to go here with nobody out.
Well, that works real well if he hits a ground ball at somebody, but if it goes by, it could be another 2 runs.
In the dirt, another good stop by Castillo. He's already made about 3 of those.
Well, if you're Kyle Hendricks, if you're going to miss, you want to miss down in the zone, and when you can trust your catcher. And I could do it with Hendricks and Etchebarren and Dempsey. Vespasio, 94-game winner in the big leagues, certainly knows about where you want to throw that breaking ball if you get ahead.
Hundley trying to get 2 runs in. A base hit would do that here. 1 ball, 2-strike count. Nick waiting, and will chop it foul. That one rode in his hand, so that's kind of a keep my at bat alive swing right there.
Good 2-seam fastball.
Well, what a job Joseph and Hundley continue to do, rotating in and out here during this 3-game day set. This for Hundley since coming over with the Orioles. He's hit 225, 3 home runs, 12 RBIs with the O's, 7 total home runs on the season. Pitch to him, and he chased one up high, and he gets the strikeout.
No, Kyle Hendricks told me yesterday he used to throw 95, so he doesn't get to 95, but what he does do is go up the ladder, and he adds a little bit more. Goes from 88 to 90, 4-seamer versus the 2-seamer. And that's what he's looking for. I don't know if that was a cutter or whatever, but extra velocity. It looked like it had a little side movement on it.
So now Bud Norris with a chance to help himself this season. You see he's had only 2 at bats. He is 0 for 2. Career, he's a 147 hitter. He's actually had 5 career doubles, 10 career RBIs. Bases loaded, infield in. Norris swings and misses.
Yeah, good sinker. You don't see too many balls sink that much. It almost sinks like a changeup. And now we've seen the screwball change he throws, but at 87, you can see why he's thrown so many ground balls and why he's 5-1.
Orioles only had 3 chances with runners in scoring position yesterday, 1 for 3. Today, they already have 3. They picked up 1 hit, and another chance here for Norris, who takes it away 1-1.
Well, Bud loves the golf. I wonder if he's a low ball hitter. Guess we'll find out.
Trying to be patient and not help Hendricks, of course, going after pitches out of the zone. Easier said than done. Infield stays way in. Norris will take it. It'll just miss, framed by Castillo, but he doesn't get the call.
That was a heck of a take on a nice little slider down and away.
Fog creeps back in. 2 ball, 1 strike count. Orioles with a run in the first inning. What a big chance this is, though, in the ball game with 2 on. Norris will swing and miss. Reared back in a little heater, a little harder. And the count goes to 2-2. Two with 1 down. Outfield's pretty deep. Kind of surprised they haven't moved in a little bit more.
Yeah, Sweeney maybe to the opposite field and right, playing a little bit shallow.
Ground ball, and that'll be fouled off. Runner not going right there, and then Bobby Dickerson's going to come talk to Hardy. Even though that ball was fouled, that tells you what the Orioles were doing. They were not going to send Hardy until the ball had gone through, and wisely so, obviously, with the infield drawn in.
Well, you have a guy on deck who can hit, but he's over his last 13. You're still not going to send him, and we already had 1 base runner caught off second.
Another one fouled off. So battling here with that 2 ball, 2 strike count. Only the 7th pitch of the at bat to the opposing pitcher. So he's had a chance to see variations from Hendricks here in this at bat. Anything in play, especially on the ground, has got a chance. Now this is really, we've noted, a slow infield here.
Well, it kind of tells you, even though the Cubs scored 4 runs yesterday, I mean, a little unusual to play your infield, even with a pitcher.
Yep.
Because if he does hit a ground ball and it's hit hard.
And he did. And he does. Runner's going to come. Hardy's going to score. Here's the throw. Not in time. Great read by J.J. Hardy. And for Norris, probably an RBI on that on a single, and the Orioles have a 2-0 lead.
Well, great at bat. And if your infield's back, you probably don't send the runner and you get an out. I mean, good sinker. He goes down and gets it. Balbuena, because he's up, tries to cut it off, hits it with his glove. And then there's the bang play, but Castillo way out in front. I mean, that's a routine play even if you're back a step or so.
So the first pitcher RBI for the Orioles this season. Obviously not a lot of chances, but he gets it, and his 11th major league RBI. Love that. Your Bud Norris. Jonathan Scope stays at second base. No chance to move.
I can't call him Buddy tomorrow because he got that hit.
Got a base hit.
Doesn't like to be called Buddy.
After the game, first thing we'll talk about. At bat.
Nice at bat, Bud.
Nick Markakis first and second. Orioles 2 doubles in the first inning, a double and 2 singles here in the second. Markakis will take it for a strike. Markakis, strikeout victim, his first time up.
Yeah, Nick doesn't say much, but that ball was off the outside corner. Intently, with an 0 for 13, wants to get a hit here.
The Orioles have already bested Hendricks' numbers here at home with a half a run a game, and the other 3 starts he had at Wrigley, and the Orioles have already put up 2. And Markakis will take it in the air to left field. Copeland coming over and makes the catch. Runners halfway back. 2 down, 2 on, a run in here, and we take a look at our Jeep Inside the Numbers for the interleague road average.
Well, you got some guys that love to hit on the road. Nick is one of them, even though he's 0 for 2 today and 0 for yesterday. And J.J. Hardy, another guy that likes to hit in the interleague. And the Orioles as a whole, I mean, they're at least going in this year. They're almost over 5 runs a game until yesterday.
And Pierce will get a chance to increase that number here today. Steve too has really done a job in these situations. 321 with runners in scoring position. He doubled and scored in the first inning, extending his hit streak to 6 ball games. Steve in the off-speed delivery. Did he go? Yes. Off-speed breaking ball.
Yeah, good breaking ball. That one out there.
Infield again in the overload on the shift. Play him in pull. And that'll be inside doing. During the 6-game hit streak now, Steve's had 9 hits in 18 at bats. If my math is correct, it'd be 500.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a day game. And the pitch to him will be taken outside for a ball.
Well, it started last Sunday, which, if my math is correct, about 6 days ago,
yes.
And he had a home run, and the Orioles were down 1-0 going to the 6th. He doubled and then would score in the Hardy single. Actually, the double up the gap, and then Davis would get him in, and then the Orioles all of a sudden they go from that game to winning 3 in a row against the White Sox across town.
Check swing. They want to go there again. Not this time. Dan Iasonia, first base umpire.
Thought of swinging at this changeup. This is what Dan and down at first base is looking at. That certainly could have been called a swing too. I would have wanted it. He could have hit a double on that swing with his strength.
Wonder what Buck thinks.
He likes that one. He likes that call.
3 ball 1 strike count with 2 down, and Kendricks will step off.
Yeah, he said these dugouts are so low you actually have to stand up and you have to get up on a step so you can actually see.
Well, even if you sit on the bench in there, you're down. You can't see over the railing when you're sitting on the bench. And that one is fouled off. I'm wondering, down the left field line on the building that's the furthest left with seats, right there on the left, the one right in the middle of the foul pole, that has got a vertical that you could ski off and need to be a world-class skier. It kind of looks like when the game's over, if the Cubs lose, they just dump it and all the people come out. What do you think?
Oh, no, actually, there's a slide. There's a slide, like a plane.
Man, that's good.
Well, they have a picture right up here in the broadcasting area of a guy jumping off the roof here.
Yeah, well, they had a ski tournament here. World
ski jumping.
Yeah. Second base was the landing area.
That's obviously before global warming.
Apparently.
I hear it's pretty balmy in the winter here in Chicago.
Runners go, and that will be fouled back. And the count will stay at 3 balls and 2 strikes with 2 down. Runners off.
That scattered some of the riders there. There you go. Out over the plate. Hit it up the gap.
The Orioles working Hendricks really hard here in the first 2 innings. He's having to throw some pitches, some very tough at bats. And 44 pitches thrown already. Delivery on the way, runners go, and again he had to wait. Boy, that's, you double clutch in the middle of a swing, and he broke his bat on that one.
Well, I think the one difference, and I talked about all the power arms they've seen on this road trip, is that you can wait a little bit longer. You could see, I mean, he's one of these few guys, and he hits it right off the end of the bat, and that's when the bat. But Steve Pearce, one of those guys that hits off his front foot. You don't see too many hitters do that. He loads really well, but he's so strong. I mean, he still can get out there, keep the hands back, and still drive the ball.
Another long at bat. That's the 8th pitch of this at bat, as Norris did when he got the base hit. Now remember, Bud Norris, the Oriole pitcher, is having to stay up all this inning. He's out there at first base. Delivery on the way, and that one off the fist. Coughlin down the line in left field will get under it, and he puts it away. But the Orioles again get on the board. They'll pick up a run on 3 hits. 2 are left on base. The Orioles have the early 2-0 lead. Miller time later in today's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Here at Wrigley Field, fans on hand celebrating. The bird and the cub are going to be married, and there they are, appropriately dressed. She tried to run away, but he wouldn't let her, and now she's on crutches. Good try.
Yep.
Big crowd here, probably a sellout today, real close to it. Tomorrow's already a sellout. Even the players weren't able to get any more tickets for tomorrow's game.
Well, it's filling up. The traffic, of course, is not the easiest place to either get to or get away, because it's in a neighborhood.
It is. And don't the Cubs know it every time they try and do something?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Oriole fans have had quite the time of it, though. He's seen so many of them on the street here at the ballpark talking to them. I mean, for many, it's the first time to Wrigley Field, and they get to see the Orioles play here. I mean, these teams have only had one other series here ever. It's just been a real great time.
So if you're sitting out there on the rooftops,
yeah,
you know how you get a rain check, you get a car wash,
yeah,
you get a fog check if you can't see home plate? Or they just kind of tell you what's going on?
I think they put that on the back of the ticket. They're not liable for any fog out. can't get over those seats.
I mean,
it's like a catapult. Here is Luis Valbuena. Valbuena, 2 for 4, home run, RBI in the ball game yesterday. Heading in the cleanup spot, he too has faced Norris. 3 hits, 9 at bats, including a home run against Bud. We'll see if staying out there in the base paths for a considerable time has any toll on Norris. The pitch will be inside to it. Valbuena, Sweeney, and then Castillo.
Yeah, Bud wants to know if there's an inside corner. Valbuena 0-2 home run yesterday off of Kevin Gausman.
Claimed off waivers from Toronto back in 2012. Valbuena will take the pitch inside again. They check at third. No. Field and Colbert.
Yeah, he can hit some home runs. Not as free a swinger as some of their young hitters, but that home run his 12th. Hit 12 last year.
And the 2-1 delivery. Valbuena will take that one away. Versus Chicago for Bud Norris. Jim mentioned that 4-4 mark. His last time against them was June of 2013 here at Wrigley Field. Non-decisioned in that one. 3-1 pitch on the way, and it's taken, and there's a leadoff walk. Time for all fans to tweet their photo using hashtag #MASSonFanPhotos for a chance to have it shown in a future broadcast brought to you by AT&T. So the leadoff walk Valbuena's on. 39 walks, 130 innings pitched for Bud Norris. Not unusual for the leadoff man to get on against Bud. He only gets 61% of leadoff batters. That doesn't bother him. Sweeney with a 1 for 4 in the ball game. Sweeney was not in the original lineup. He wasn't going to play today. Ruggiano was going to play. Ruggiano twisted an ankle. Pre-game batting practice, so he's out.
Yeah, well, he threw out a Chris Davis at the plate. Also doubled and scored a run yesterday. So pretty productive game. There's a good cutter.
Sweeney's had the big numbers in games played against the Orioles. Lifetime .313 batting average. There aren't many of these Cubs who've had a lot of games against the O's. He's an exception. Valbuena on at first base. Short lead held by Pierce. Norris with the 0-2 delivery, and that'll be taken. It'll just miss. Held by Hundley.
Yeah, 95, and Bud can get up there. Kevin Gausman, that was the top range of his miles per hour yesterday. We've seen him hit harder. Looked like Cleveland had a fast gun. Maybe that radar gun added a mile or two on everybody's fastball.
1 ball, 2 strike count. Runner not going, and fouled off right there at the plate by Sweeney.
Well, Ryan Sweeney's a big man. When you talk to him down the cage, you're going, well, he's one of these guys. Why isn't he hitting a lot of home runs? There's another breaking ball, and this one gets Chris Siegel, the home plate umpire, in the protection on the chest.
Sweeney has had a hot bat, 375 since the end of July, and he'll take that one the other way, but couldn't get around on it.
Yeah, well, that's what he's always done. He's never been a guy. He's kind of like Michael Brantley of the Indians before Michael Brantley learned that, hey, I can hit some home runs if I look at certain counts. But with 2 strikes, Ryan Sweeney, and we saw him yesterday, hit it right over the third base bag. He'll use the whole field. And that's why they play him down the left field line in the outfield. Davis way off the line at third base.
1 ball, 2 strike delivery, and that'll be inside. So both these pitchers having to throw some pitches early in the ball game. Only 27 for Bud, but the hitters showing a fairly good amount of patience here on both sides early in the ball game, which is not necessarily true to the numbers on the year for either the Orioles or the Cubs.
They're both at 14th in on base percentage,
and that'll be fouled off. Pierce, just in case, plays it.
Well, Bud did exactly what you don't want to do when your team presents you with a 2-0 lead, and that is walk the leadoff batter. And a lot of that has to do with how aggressive you're, or maybe even sometimes how realistic you are. You made a great point. Yeah, he's out on the bases. Well, that shouldn't affect him, but you don't do it very often. So when you take your 9 warm-ups, you have to focus a little bit more. So sometimes you don't get behind in the count, which he did.
And that ball ripped foul into the seats. The Orioles come in 5th in average, 7th in runs in the league. They continue to lead everybody in home runs with 162. But as Jim said, they're 13th in on base percentage, and one of the reasons is they're next to last in walks. Cruz and company can put the ball out of the yard. He leads the American League now in home runs. 2-ball, 2-strike delivery again on the way. Sweeney. That's a protect me swing by a veteran.
And they're hitting off 93 because everything. That's why in spring training, especially Buck Showalter, Dave Wallace, and Dom Cheedy, 2 new pitching coaches, hadn't seen a lot of them, but Buck said, "Hey, we'll give you a 3rd pitch." He has a changeup. He's used it effectively. Not today yet. So what happens is that they're looking for something hard. And that'll really get you out on your front foot from Bud Norris. He just has to stay out of the middle of the plate and make those perfect pitches. And a lot of times he's been able to do that. But when he struggles, he's not.
And got him. Swung on a hard cut. 2nd strikeout for Norris.
Yeah, he loves the cutter, and he has a good one. So all those pitches to get to right here, and then he makes a perfect pitch. But Ryan Sweeney, as you mentioned, trying to protect, and swings right over it.
So 1 down now with a runner on at first base. That was a 10-pitch at bat for Sweeney. Here is Castillo. Did not play in the ball game yesterday, doing their catching. One of the reasons Wellington Castillo is the regular behind the plate, and he also has 3 hits in 8 at bats off Bud Norris. Shift employed in the infield, and take it for a strike.
Yeah, another home run guy, another guy that'll really air it out, and he's been hitting home runs 2 in his last 4 games.
Bud Norris, we talked about the numbers here in this ballpark. Here in Wrigley Field, this is a ballpark where he's struggling giving up home runs at a higher rate than anybody else in this yard. He's given up 9. That ground ball is going to find a hole into left field. It'll be played in by Cruz, and the Cubs have runners at 1st and 2nd with 1 out.
Now he's all over the fastball because that's what they're sitting on. So if you make a good pitch, you can see the great angle right here. You can see how up in the zone it is. Castillo, good high ball hitter, good power the other way. It's a pitch to hit. Double play if you hit it at somebody, base hit if you don't.
First hit picked up by the Cubs with the single by Castillo. Alcantara coming to the plate. He's got a 1 for 4 ball game yesterday. Switch hitter. He's got some power and has a lot of speed. Alcantara's for the outfield moving in a couple of steps, center and left. Will go after the first pitch and miss it. But Norris, the opposing hitters in the 7 starts he's previously had here at Wrigley have hit 300 against him. His record here is 1-3. ERA is 4.11 at Wrigley Field. 30 2/3 innings worked. 9 home runs surrendered in this ballpark. Runners off 1st and 2nd base. Alcantara will foul that one away.
Yeah, in October, I can tell you, he's going to turn 23. In my experience with young hitters, that if you're a prospect, if you come to the big leagues, you can usually hit the fastball. You learn those kind of things when you pitch those B games where you go up to the minor league and you don't know the hitters, and you go get behind them, you throw them out over the plate, and you see this incredible bat speed, and then the next time you come in on them or you throw them breaking balls. So if you make mistakes to young hitters, they can get on them.
And a chopper. This will be a very tough play. That's a base hit. No way with that speed. And they load him up with a walk and 2 singles here in the 2nd inning.
Yeah, can't do anything about that. I mean, just a high chopper. There's the speed that Gary Thorne was telling you about.
So here's another chance for a recently recalled Logan Watkins. He got his first major league RBI yesterday in the ball game, going 1 for 2. He's making the start at second base. Gets a chance with the bases loaded and 1 out. Orioles, of course, double play depth. That ball popped in the air, left field, coming Cruz. He dekes, but not enough. Throw to third, none. A bloop single on the dying Quail. Watkins, the RBI, a 2-1 ball game.
Yeah, let him cut fastball all over his fist. So it all starts after the walk, and then they get lucky, and that's what this is. Good pitch, bad result. They'll certainly take it. Infield hit right before that.
So both pitchers in their first at bats in this game have had an opportunity to really help themselves. Here is Kyle Hendricks coming up with the bases loaded. RBI Watkins, his second. Pierce is way in at first base. Davis is even with the bag at third. Double play depth at second and short.
And he of course has the, when we talk about Hendricks, the advantage. A 133 hitter with an RBI.
And we'll foul that one back.
Now there's his pitch to hit. And
he's only had 14 at bats with the Cubs, 2 for 14. Does have an RBI. In the minor leagues, AAA this year, he went 2 for 24. And both hits were singles. The first chance he's had with the bases loaded. Outfield swung around to right.
And what you try to do with pitchers, get ahead of them and then make your pitches. So he's been able to do that.
Only 1 down. Sacks are full. And a swing and a miss, and he does get ahead here.
So now he can pitch out of the zone. And that 0-2 counts allows him to do it. And it also takes the potential bunt away. Safety squeeze. Something that maybe a National League manager would think about early in the count.
Pierce can back up at first base behind the runner. 0-2 delivery on the way. That'll be taken down low. 1 ball, 2 strike count on Hendricks. Boy, a ball game with a lot of pitches being thrown, a lot of deep counts early. This is and so far the chances have been for the offense.
Yeah, and the wind has changed here, Gary. I mean, now it's blowing across. Still looks like it's kind of coming from the lake, but maybe a little more from a northerly standpoint.
Kind of blowing in from left field right now. 1 ball, 2 strike delivery on the way, and he'll foul that back. So he holds the count at a ball and 2 strikes.
Now, I asked Kyle Hendricks yesterday, did you play other sports? And he said, no, my dad's a golf professional, PGA pro, San Juan Country Club down in San Juan Capistrano. And he said, but I was a golfer, and I decided I wanted to become a pitcher. And ended up, as you mentioned, Dartmouth.
And an economist.
Yeah.
Well, when you pitch, you need to have an economic background,
especially if you're 5-1. And
yes, and only a rookie.
Yeah.
Here's the 1-2 delivery on the way to him, and that'll be inside. Almost caught him.
Yeah.
If he thought quicker, he probably would have stepped into it.
Have no idea what that was. A fog ball.
2-2.
I mean, this is a backup slider that he just never gets on tops, and watch it just kind of spin. And
there had an RBI right there.
Yeah, a lot of hitters with the protection might have just turned into that, but Kyle Hendricks wants to pitch again.
Yes.
He gets out of the way.
Now the count at 2-2, and Hendricks will foul another one back. Very dark. The lights have taken effect now here at Wrigley Field. Completely overcast and foggy.
And a lot cooler.
Much cooler.
Yeah, that was kind of forecast because I guess the meteorologists realized the wind was going to change, and
they're moving the people off the seats outside the ballpark, so it must be raining. 2 ball, 2 strike count. They do have a tarp here. Foul back. It's not fair to say that, and I apologize. After the tarp gate occurred here with the Giants in town, tough time, and what they learned at that is don't wait too long.
Yeah, but that's up to the that's up to the umpires.
Yeah.
I think Roger Barrett is the name of the and apparently has a great reputation. Kind of took a hit only because of happenstance or circumstance.
has started to rain. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 down. Runners at every base. This is unbelievable. I mean, credit, no matter what happens here, credit Hendricks. We're really working Norris. He's at least 9 pitches, the 9th one coming up.
Well, I was reading an article where, again, his dad, a PGA pro, who played it down at Torrey Pines, one of the pros, when he was I think a junior in high school, now drove some of the touring pros. So he's pretty athletic.
Delivery to him, and he's gone. 30th pitch of the inning, and Norris will get the strikeout, his 3rd.
Yeah, he thought it might be inside, but Hundley goes inside. They finally throw him another fastball right on the corner. Boy, he had fouled everything away.
So Copeland, the leadoff batter, comes up with the bases loaded, but now there are 2 down. So the Orioles get to back it up here. For Copeland, big opportunity. It's a big early at bat in this game. He's going to get his first chance, or 7th chance rather, with the bases loaded this year. Goes down the line in left field, and it will be a foul ball. He's 1 for 6, a single with the sacks full this year.
Well, the one amazing number, other than the record for Bud Norris, because he's got a career high, is that 184 runner in scoring position number. To this point this year, he's been terrific. In the league average somewhere in the 255, somewhere in maybe a 1/10 of a run or so.
Copeland will take the pitch down low. Inning started with a Valbuena walk. He has scored on a dying quail single by Watkins. Castillo, Alcantara with a base hit, an infield single, and Watkins with a base hit. Those are the 3 on right now. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Norris. 1 ball, 1 strikeout, 2 down. And that one to first and foul. So he gets ahead of him. Ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, Chris Copeland was the rookie of the year when he first came up with the Marlins, and some knee problems.
Going to take at least 50 pitches here to get 6 outs. So Bud Norris already has had a long day. Bud has won last 3 ball games that he has started to tie a career high. He can get his 4th here today. 1-2 delivery, and the ball again is going to be fouled away.
Yeah, amazing game. As a pitcher, you like to get him out efficiently. When you get a lead, you don't like to walk people. He did. Then you also like to keep maybe something in your back pocket when you get in a jam, and that could be anytime. I mean, it's right here now. Can't ever project it's going to be the 5th, 6th, 7th inning. Sometimes it's the 1st inning. So Bud trying to figure out a way. And the Cubs want to get a hit. He wants to get it out.
1-2 delivery on the way, and that'll miss down low. So the count goes to 2-2. But of course, after win number 12, you see the best record since June 1. Only Garrett Richards with that 9-2 mark, better than Norris at 8-2. Then Wei and Chen right there with him, and Lester and Matt Shoemaker. So he's really been sensational for the Orioles, who have won 13 of his starts. That one almost got away. Good stop made by Hundley as that one scraped across the plate.
Have no idea how he blocked that ball. No idea how Copeland got out of the way. I mean, check how inside this ball is. They almost got Hendricks, the pitcher, with a backup slider.
Only the umpire's leg saved a run right there. That went off the shin protector of the home plate umpire, Chris Siegel.
It's 3-2.
Bud checking on the count. So 3-2, 2 down. Castillo the lead runner at 3rd. Alcantara, Watkins will be running from 2nd and 1st. And the 3-2 delivery on the way, and that's going to go down the line. That's going to be trouble. It'll roll all the way into the corner. Castillo will score. Alcantara will score. Watkins will score. On his way to 3rd with a bases loaded triple. Copeland.
Well,
There's a theory in baseball, if you see enough pitches, it's easier to hit. So they get lucky. They earn a base on ball. And then look at the cutter. Just stays up right in the middle of the plate. Speeds up the bat. Hits it into the corner. And that's how you get triples here at Wrigley Field down the line.
That is his 5th triple of the year. Clears the bases. Good for 26 RBIs on the season, and the Cubs 4-2 lead. Getting it done with 2 outs. A big hit for Coughlin.
Not a great pitch to hit and didn't miss it. That's really what hitting's all about.
So Baez will come up with a runner at third. Infield shifts around on the guy with the big cut who struck out his first time up. Irony of this is Norris has got a chance to strike the side out, but it won't be the important part of the inning if he does. Delivery on the way. There's that cut again. This is more like a night game now than a day game. It literally is that dark.
I mean, really dark to the north.
You can see the rain that's falling up the shore. 2 down. 0-1 the count. That is right there for a strike. 0-2. No, Bud Norris, 55 pitches. A lot of 7, 8, 9, even 10 pitch at bats. A lot of foul balls. Norris will take a timeout.
Yeah, it's been an inning of contrast. You don't want to walk the first guy, you did. Then you get unlucky. Then with the bases loaded, you make a bad pitch, 3-2. They take advantage of it, and now you're trying to figure out how to get out of here.
And he will foul that one away. Baez holds the count at 2 strikes. The way he swings, he's going to have to learn how to hit with 2 strikes if that's possible. I don't think it's going to change anything about him, because with that cut he's got, he's going to have a lot of 2-strike situations.
Well, you can overswing, and it looks to me, and obviously when he's a big, strong kid.
Jeez.
And that's fine if he wasn't striking out almost every other time. But he's going to hit some home runs with his swing. The wind's completely changed now.
Oh, is it dark? Yeah. I mean, it is really dark.
And now the wind is blowing straight out to right field, and really kind of across, I guess. Birds are
flying,
even leaving.
People are flying.
Yeah. Looks like tornado weather.
Yeah, it does. And did he go?
Yes, he did.
And Iassonia gets him, so indeed he does strike the side out, but 8 came to the plate. A bases loaded triple by Coughlin gives the Cubs the lead. We're going to get this ball game started again in the top of the third inning. There is Ubaldo Jimenez. He has already warmed up in the Orioles bullpen. He's going to be coming on in relief of Bud Norris when the Orioles are on defense. So that'll be his first appearance out of the bullpen. And here's Justin Grimm to pitch for Chicago.
Well, yeah, he's a guy that they've used out of the bullpen all year long. So he leads this team, the Cubs, with 59 relief appearances. He's got good velocity with a four-seamer, and he's got two of them, 95. He's got a slider, he's got a curveball. There are the numbers. So a little bit of an inflated earned run average. And with relievers, you never, ever know. Righties hit him better than lefties, so he's not a matchup guy. But he is a guy that he was picked up. Part of the Matt Garza deal is that he was a starting pitcher last year, not this year. So he does have starter stuff in the sense he has more than 2 pitches. And the most he's pitched this year, and that goes all the way back into June, is 2 innings.
Leads the team in relief appearances now with 60. So he comes out of the bullpen, and coming out of there will be Hendricks, who was trying to settle down after a couple of innings of work. He'll be non-decision. Norris is going to come out, could be the losing pitcher of the ball game. We start here in the third inning with a 4-2 Cubs lead. And leading it off will be Adam Jones, who had a double RBI in the first inning. We'll recap scoring for you here in a second. You'll get Obuena playing in at third base, and we are underway. 3-hour, 9-minute rain delay. That's the official number on it. So Adam Jones to be followed by Cruz and Davis here in the top of the third inning. And on the pitch that rides inside from Grimm, a quick 0-2 count.
Yeah, if you watched the other night, the off night, he did come in against the Giants, and that was the two-seamer. A little less velocity, more movement, ran it in under his hands, and then he's got a slider and a curveball to go with the 2 fastballs he throws. Coming in again.
And again, we'll miss just a little bit inside with that one. And a 1-ball, 2-strike count. So for the Orioles, Bud Norris, 4 runs, 4 hits, couple of innings, a walk, and 4 strikeouts. A lot of pitches thrown by Bud, a lot of deep counts, and the big bases loaded triple second inning by Coghlan, the big blow that put the Cubs on top. And on the other side for Kyle Hendricks, it was a tough start for him. He just couldn't seem to get settled in.
Yeah, and the Orioles had a couple of good at bats. Pierce got a double. Adam Jones got him in. Bud drove it a run himself off the glove of Valbuena, the third baseman. But Norris, he gave him 2-0 lead. He walked the first batter and got a little unlucky, and then made a bad pitch to Coghlan.
Got him with a pitch inside again on the swinging strike.
So if you're Grimm and you're Justin Grimm, you're coming in, and I mean, this is like you're coming out of the pen. You don't know how long you're going to go. So it's one pitch, one batter at a time. Makes a really good pitch in on Adam Jones's fist. Ties him up, can't quite get to it.
Now Nelson Cruz will stand in. Wind blowing from right to left now, the opposite direction in which the storm came in. It has cooled off considerably, and it's blowing hard enough to lift the ball.
Yeah, you got to kind of hook it to left, though. Yep. And there's the curveball, and it's a good one. Well, we'll see how manager Rick Renneria of the Cubs plays this. He's got a lot of fresh arms.
Got Monday off.
Yeah, Monday off.
Which the Orioles do not. So Renneria's got a little more flexibility in the use of the bullpen.
Villanueva, you figure he was a former starter back in April. He was a candidate.
Cruz will take the pitch outside. Cruz, a fielder's choice. Orioles scoring in the first inning on the Jones double that came after a Pierce double, and then a base hit by Bud Norris, who picked up an RBI in the second inning. The Orioles 2 runs in the ball game. 1-ball, 1-strike delivery on the way. Cruz will pop that one back. That'll be over the screen on the far side. And for Nelson Cruz, 34 home runs now, and that's not only the lead in the American League but in the majors. And an Oriole fan picked up that 34th home run on the other side of Chicago when he hit it.
No, he always talked about peaks and valley. I mean, he was certainly up on the peaks early on, but he's hit home runs in 3 out of his last 4 games, so he's been hot.
tied for 4th in RBIs in the league, and there's a real good pitch away.
So Jones goes down on a good fastball. He runs under his fist, and then because he has 3 pitches, when he gets ahead of Cruz, down and away, boy, you could bottle that pitch and get just about any hitter out, especially the righties. The illusion is it's going to be a strike, and it isn't. Not the good slider.
So 2 down here in the 3rd inning. That'll bring up Chris Davis. Chris grounded out his first time up. Had a 1 for 4 in the ball game yesterday. Grimm with the infield shifted around behind him. Delivers the fastball. And that'll be a called strike up in that strike zone. Grimm had a 21-12 record in the minors. He was a starter there in 56 starts. He's out of Virginia High School in Bristol, Virginia, where he is residing. Bristol, Tennessee is where he went to high school. Bristol, Virginia is where he lives now. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on Davis. Orioles 4-3 record on this road trip. 1 more game left to go on it tomorrow right here. Day game at Wrigley again, which is why they waited so long to get this one in. No chance really for a makeup game unless you stuffed it in somewhere, and they don't want to do that. So they decided they would wait the rain and try and get this in, especially with the lights now available at Wrigley, of course.
And they're playing well. I mean, they really are for a team that gave up 2 of their better starters. Samarza went to Oakland along with Jason Hamill, who has not pitched well. Samarza pitched a little bit better.
Saw Hamill got pulled out of the rotation, got skipped.
Well, they're 8-11 since Lester went over there. So Cespedes leaves. A little bit of your offense. Wasn't having as good a year he's had the last 2 years, but they just haven't been playing as well as of late.
2-2 delivery on the way. Davis will foul that one back.
So meanwhile, you get Grimm, you get Mike Holt. We always, when we would go down to Texas, we'd always hear Ranger talking about a big right-handed hitter. He comes over here in the Matt Garza trade. You also get Neil Ramirez. We might see him before this game's over. So you get 2 hard-throwing right-handers and an infielder, and that's what the Cubs have done. They have traded established people for.
Oh, towering fly ball down the line, way up in the air, not deep. Plenty of time to get over near the line and put it away, and Sweeney does. So Grimm comes on after the 3-hour, 9-minute rain delay and retires the Orioles in order. Day for the Orioles, as for the first time they're going to look at the man who was in the rotation and is now in the bullpen.
Yeah, last start on Saturday night, 3-run home run in the first inning after a couple of walks to Carlos Santana pitching against the Indians, and then later on gives up a double single and then a 2-run home run to Michael Brantley. So the record not good. Couple of starts since he came off the disabled list. The batting average is a couple of points higher than Bud Norris's, but the walks lead the American League. That's 66 walk higher than anybody else.
And he has made only 2 relief appearances in his major league career. This is the second one. Pitch will be taken up high for a ball. You got to go all the way back to 2006 when he pitched for Colorado, the year that he broke in to the majors, when he had a relief appearance. In the air to center field. Jones going back, warning track, Ivy, and makes the catch into the green, but he got it.
Well, there you go. That is the wind. Wind is howling from right to left, or otherwise this ball, I mean, it gets turned around. So it starts out right about where Adam Jones is now, and then just the wind takes it. Adam able to run it down before it gets into the ivy, which, if you can't find it, is a ground rule double.
And which, if you don't realize it, is a brick wall behind it.
Well, Buck Shoulder was talking about that. It's actually, the ivy is connected to chicken wire.
Yes. Bunting and fouling it back. Valbuena, he had a walk and scored in the second inning.
So Buck, and I'm not sure if this really could happen, but his idea is just to take the chicken wire, lift it, put some padding behind it, because almost anybody that's ever played the outfield, when you say, what about the outfield walls at Wrigley? Well, it's green because it has ivy, and they're hard because they're brick.
Yes. And that one back, way back. Yeah, there have been players who have either not known, which is hard to believe, or have forgotten. When you're chasing a fly ball and have run into that wall thinking they were going to have a little soft landing into ivy, and discovered not so.
Well, the Cubs have padded benches on the dugout. The Orioles don't. Same in the bullpen. Mounds are totally different.
Home field advantage.
Well, no, actually, they're supposed to be the same. I mean, yeah, it is a home field advantage.
2 strike count. Jimenez to the Orioles, and a swing and a miss, and Gutting. There are 2 down here in the 3rd inning.
Well, let's hope that the potential home run that turned into a fly ball, and then right here, nice little fastball up the ladder. Key to getting ahead. 91, something he couldn't do in Cleveland.
Great chance for Jimenez to show stuff here, to figure out what his role is going to be with the Orioles, and throwing strikes, as Jim said, with all those walks is paramount.
Yeah, well, he just gets himself in trouble, and when he gets himself in trouble, pitch count goes up, and if you're starting, certainly don't want that.
And here's Sweeney, who was a strikeout victim, 1 of 4 for Bud Norris, the starter for the Orioles. Good power. Sweeney takes that one the other way down the line, curving, and that'll be a foul ball.
Yeah, that's what we talked about. Coach Dickey's lost 13 games. C.J. Wilson had some ankle problems. John Danks pitched last night, early lead, couldn't hold it for the White Sox. He's been struggling.
Another one the same way.
I told him, we were coming out on the bus the other day, and I said in 1982 I would end up winning 15 games. I've got to step back. The time Hank Peters, general manager, said, hey, he'll never start another game. Went to the bullpen. Weaver got me in. Came back, won 9 in a row. I said, you can work on your arm strength by playing catch. You can work on your windup. I talked about it. When he pitches well, he just throws over his front side. When he struggles, he's more like a carousel merry-go-round. And it's also a time to reflect. I thought he handled it very well. No time to be selfish. He's getting very paid well. And
1-2, and now it's there, and he got him. So Jimenez out of the bullpen for the first time for the Orioles, and the second time in his career, has a clean inning here in the 3rd. 3 complete. Oh, God. Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. And by Luna. The beautiful new carpet, hardwood, and laminate. Call 877-241-LUNA.
Did you check the front board right there?
During the rain delay, everybody had the TVs on watching the Little League World Series. And because that Chicago Jackie Robinson Little League team in it, and they won. They beat Nevada. And they move on to the championship game in a kind of a surprise matchup against South Korea, because South Korea was able to defeat Japan, the team from Tokyo, which doesn't happen very often. So congratulations. Everybody left my favorite seats, the blue ones there. Perhaps they were catapulted out.
Well, yeah,
I don't know.
That's the point. Either they were going to be, they were, maybe they had the MLB package and were listening to it.
That's right. We got about half the crowd left here at Wrigley, or less than that, I think. They're spread out pretty good. A lot of Oriole fans. They're not going anywhere. Chance they were at Wrigley to stay and see the ball club, so they've hung out. They started the Orioles chant when the teams came back out on the field, and the teams were competing in the stands at that point. Here's J.J. Hardy leading it off against Grimm, and the pitch taken down low. J.J. had a single in the second inning, followed by a double by Jonathan Scope. And then after a strikeout, Hundley Norris delivered an RBI base hit. The Orioles got a run on 3 hits, leaving 2 in that second inning. Hardy, second base. Watkins under it, and he's got one away, 4th inning. Well, one of the most popular Oriole Park fan chants comes to the T-shirt on Wednesday. Fans at the 7:05 game against the Rays get the Darren O'Day O'Day T-shirt. Don't miss this one-of-a-kind collection, and it's yours if you get to the ballpark. You can get tickets at Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD. Here's Jonathan Scope. He picked up the 2-bagger. His first time up. He gets Balbuena in at third base, even with a bag on him, and the pitch is going to be there for a strike.
And so you can see Grimm has good stuff. And that's what Barry Thorne telling you about. I don't have any idea why, because I've never seen him bunt. But that's all right. Play where you want.
Yep.
He's still playing it.
Still. 0-1 delivery on the way. Grimm has never appeared against the Orioles. This is his first outing against the Orioles team.
Well, if you're Rick Renneria and you're managing this club, your bullpen has enough guys that have pitched up to 2 innings that you can hope they get 2 innings and never have to face anybody twice.
Big breaking ball outside that he went after.
And then because he has the slider, fastball, curveball, and because he's started in the minor leagues, he certainly knows how to pitch more than 1 inning, even probably more than 2 innings, even though he hasn't done it.
Chicago bullpen 1.87 ERA. That's for the last 26 games they've pitched in. 1.87. They've really been good all year and better of late. 1-2 delivery on the way. Scope will ground it down to third. He had backed up, of course, on the count while Buena's throw is there. 2 down.
And then they're 4th in defense. So the wind's blowing in, maybe not as much as it looks like it's died down. Maybe the storms are gone.
Tomorrow we'll be back here at Wrigley for the final game of this road trip as Miguel Gonzalez returns to the Orioles rotation. Yoshi Wada will make the start, the former Oriole who never got to the major leagues because of injuries with the Orioles organization. Left-hander will be on the mound tomorrow for Chicago.
You can see Lake Michigan.
Again.
Yesterday it was deciduous haze that kept us from seeing it.
Hate that deciduous haze. Down the line in right field.
And then earlier today, fog, wind, rain, lightning, thunder.
That about covers it. Did have a good album, good CD though, Shaft. Deciduous haze. Hundley at the plate, 2 down, nobody on, strikeout victim.
Was that a musical group? Could have been. That's a pretty good name.
Ron Shaft. Remember that?
Yes, of course I do.
Shaft? Oh, okay. 1-1.
Richard Roundhouse, I think. Roundtree. Roundhouse, Roundtree, whatever, the boxer. No, Roundtree. Richard Roundtree, I think, was the star of Shaft.
In the movie?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
And the pitch will bounce off the plate.
Was that a Barry White? Did he do?
No, that was not a Barry White. His name was Hayes.
Oh, deciduous egg, yeah.
It was. 2 ball, 1 strike count.
David, you could call me deciduous.
But only once. Here's the 2-1 delivery by Grimm to Hundley. Second base. Watkins. And that will retire the side. So Grimm retires the first 6 he faces after the rain delay. Cubs remain on top 4-2. University College. June 24 of 08, bottom of the 9th, Orioles 7-5 Cubs. Closer George Sherrill, 2 singles and a walk. Loading the bases, nobody out. Overcomes it, strikes out 3 straight batters on 11 pitches to seal the Oriole victory. And Sherrill had a career high 31 saves in that 08 season.
Yeah, people forget that he was a major part. Tillman, and then Adam Jones, your all-star center fielder. And then George Sherrill, who made the All-Star team for the Eric Bedard trade from the M's, the Mariners.
Isaac Hayes, by the way, I shouldn't have left the audience
Isaac
hanging
Hayes.
there. Yes, he did the music for Shaft. 4-2 ball game, and see how far the relievers can go for Jimenez for the Orioles. You would think if he's effective, he'd go right on through the game. For him, it's kind of the ideal way to make his first appearance out of the bullpen for the Orioles, because it's more like a start than a relief appearance. Doing it after a rain delay, you go through the same prep to go to the mound that you would if you were starting.
Well, think about it. You're 4-8 going into your last start. You lose, you're 4-9, and he didn't expect to pitch today. So he's probably much more relaxed.
Castillo off the fist will foul that one back. The Cubs catcher singled and scored in the second inning. RBIs. Watkins has a single for the Cubs. The big one came in that second inning with 2 down, bases loaded. Leadoff batter Coughlin delivered a triple, clearing the bases and putting the Cubs on top. 4 runs, 4 hits in that second inning when 8 batters came to the plate. Castillo with the 0-2 delivery to him. That'll be outside. 1-2 on the catcher.
He got a base hit, part of that rally. High fastball, just about head high. Hit it into left field. Another one of their many young hitters that doesn't get cheated.
And he'll chop that one down to third. Charging play for Davis. Running throw into the seats. That'll be an extra base. So an error will be charged on Chris, and Castillo leads off the inning with a straight error.
Yeah, it may be a routine play a week from now when he plays every day. And he gets to it very quickly. Just kind of, you don't make this throw very much if you're not playing at third base, and then Pierce can't get the high throw. Not only is it an error, it's a 2-base error, or it's 2 errors. I guess it would only be 1, but those 2 bases really hurt when you're already down by 2.
So the error puts a runner in scoring position, with nobody out here in the first inning. Alcantara single and a run scored. Shows bunt. It'll bring Davis from third and Pierce from first in on the charge. Outfield steps in a few, and Alcantara's got the great wheels. He beat out a hit. Cubs in this one have gone 3 for 5 with runners in scoring position. They were 3 for 7 yesterday. He squares around again. Will take the pitch inside, and the count goes to 2-0. Jimenez, he'll have to get off the mound here. Alcantara is serious about laying down the bunt, trying to move that runner up. We'll see if he is. 2-0 delivery on the way, and that one's outside, and the count goes to 3-0. Jimenez with Watkins, the second baseman, batting eighth, waiting on deck. Behind here, 3-0. Infield will back it up a little bit now at both first and third. Taking, and it's a strike. Alcantara was just flying down the line in that first at bat in the second inning when he rolled one down the third base side, showing off his speed. That's why the infield has to cheat a little bit in most of his at bats. You try and get a half step or a step in. That ground ball will go to first base. Pierce is going to go to third. There's Davis, and they got him. Oh! One of the toughest plays in baseball. Not a great throw, but a great decision by Steve Pierce, and Davis puts the tag on.
Yeah, very much like Chris Davis. Pierce has played more first base, but how often do you make this throw? If you took infield, you do it every day. So again, it's a heads-up play. Now, nice play by Chris Davis. This is what he does at first base. People don't give him the credit. Very good first baseman. Goes his ability to take a low throw. Of course, it's not a force; it's a tag, and they get Castillo. Not particularly good base running. The Orioles, Adam Jones, back in the first inning after his double, tried to go to third on a ground ball to shortstop and was tossed out.
So a big out. It puts the runner now at first base, fielder's choice, with one away. And obviously, with the speed he's got, a threat to go. He has picked up 5 stolen bases in 8 chances this year. Hundley has thrown out 15% of base stealers on the season. And with Jimenez on the mound, base stealers have only been caught 6 out of 21 times. One down, runner on at first, and the off-speed delivery ties him up. It is in there for a strike. Watkins, an RBI base hit, second inning, just his second major league RBI. He got his first major league RBI in the ball game yesterday, as he gets a chance to play because the Cubs are without their regular shortstop on bereavement. Castro has gone back to the Dominican Republic. Tragic accident there that took the lives of friends and one family member, and so he's gone back and is on the 3-day bereavement list. Renteria short, his regular shortstop. So he's moved Baez over to short and has Watkins playing at second. 1 ball, 1 strike count.
Yeah, 31 stolen bases for the youngster down at first. And then 21 the year before, so he's at the minor league level. The ability to steal bases.
Not a big lead. Tries to walk it off a little more. 1 ball, 1 strike delivery on the way, and that one fouled back in the big cut by Watkins. So he gets ahead of him, Jimenez, with a 1 ball, 2 strike count. Taking a long look down to third base here, probably to see whether or not the runner's going. Gary Jones, third base coach, with the signs for him.
Yeah, maybe Rick Renteria trying to give Watkins the hole, but now he's got 2 strikes, may send him. Pitcher on deck and nobody up in the bullpen, so he is going to pitch more innings, or at least attempt to pitch more innings than he has all year.
The hole, Bobby Dickinson said, the biggest hole in baseball right now. A left-handed batter, a runner on, first baseman holding, and the second baseman cheating a step over towards the bag. You could drive a truck, Bobby said, through that hole, but can you hit a baseball through?
Well, left-handed hitters, he said, can't, because 71% of the balls put on the ground are pulled by both righties and lefties. So it's, I guess his point was, of course, when you're pitching, you're trying to keep out of the zone where he can do that. And then he also said usually when you have these situations, second baseman comes in and over because he wants to be in double play position, so that makes that hole even bigger.
Watkins trying to find that hole right now, get a base hit, move the runner around with 1 out. 1-2 delivery on the way, and that'll be inside.
Now there are some guys that have used that hole very well, and number 2 up wearing the pinstripes about as well as any right-handed hitter I've seen. Derek Jeter took advantage of the 18-wheeler
as a right-handed
yes.
batter. Very unusual.
Well, that was Bobby's point.
Yep.
You know, with righties don't have the ability or the inclination to do that.
Watkins waiting on a 2-2 here. There goes the runner. Pitch outside. Throw by Hundley's there, but not in time. So he will pick up the stolen base.
Yeah, you have to make sure you catch the ball. You don't want to take a high strike away. And then he makes a perfect throw. I mean, this is a real good throw. But big jump on a breaking ball. So perfect pitch to run on. And throw just a little bit high. I'm not sure it's going to beat him anyway. So he stays there, comes out. Makes a nice throw, but they get the 5th run into scoring position.
Strikeout on Watkins on the called 3rd strike. 3 Ks now for Jimenez. And RBI opportunity for Grimm in his first chance to the plate today.
He actually played for Walter Youse's Oriole team when he was young, and Neil Ramirez, his bullpen mate. Orioles certainly know him. I'm not sure if he can hit, but we'll find out. You know, the starters, I saw Jake Arrieta. He pitched yesterday. He was hitting today. And on the road, they may hit the day of the game and then hit in the cage. That's what the starters do.
Grimm has not had an at bat this season. He usually isn't in long enough to get to the plate. Delivery by Jimenez. That's going to be there for a strike. They'll get ahead of him, a ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah. Ubaldo's done a nice job. Now he can pitch out of the zone. And that's, we have seen with the 66 walks, when he struggles, he has to throw strikes. And when it's not a pitcher, they've been waiting.
Grimm is now officially 0 for 2 in his major league career at the plate. So Jimenez works his way out of it. No runs, no hits, 1 error, and a base runner left on. Cubs up 4-2. $25,000 fans 15 and over at the Twins game are going to get the Adam Jones bobblehead. Spend your holiday with family and friends, enjoy a game at the yard, and pick up a great souvenir. Every game matters. Tickets going fast. Get yours at Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD. There is Adam Jones, the bobblehead for the Labor Day game. Adam involved in this one with a double and an RBI, 1 for 2 so far. And we love you too. And thanks for taking the sign we had made up and holding it up for us. No, that's not true. She did that.
Might be.
Well, it might be, but as long as I don't know, I can honestly say that. So Ubaldo Jimenez is going to get his first at bat of the year. He, of course, pitched in the National League all those seasons, so he's been to the plate. Career numbers, he's had 273 Major League at-bats. And he'll get a chance here for the first time this year. Batting average of 114. Looks like every hit he's had has been a single. 31 of them. Jimenez leading it off, and the pitch from Grimm is there for a strike. Norris, of course, had an RBI base hit, the Orioles starter, in his only at bat in this number 9 position. Delivery on the way to him will be outside. 3-hour, 9-minute rain delay before the start of the 3rd inning. That's why we are playing here at 6:05, 6:06 Chicago time. And a grounder back to the mound. Grimm will walk it over, make the flip, and get the out. For the Orioles, road trip will end tomorrow. Here are the numbers coming into this ball game with a 4-3 record.
Well, you can see it's pretty much all about the pitching, and because it's been that good, they have scored more than they've given up. If they win today, they'll go 5-3. If they lose, it'll be all even, and we'll be up to game number 9 tomorrow.
Games already completed today affecting the American League East. The Yankees and Toronto have won. Tampa Bay, Boston have lost. So at the moment, it's the Yankees 7.5 behind and Toronto 8.5 behind, depending on the outcome of this ball game. Top of the order, Nick Markakis. He has struck out and flied out. Graham working out of that set position. Right-hander's delivery is going to be way up high. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Both these relievers coming in the 3rd inning of the ball game will be asked to give whatever effective distance that they can in this game and not have to go extremely deep into the bullpen. 1-1 delivery on the way down to 3rd, just missed, foul ball. You see the bullpens down there. One of Butch Showalter's, one of the burrs in his saddles is about bullpens on the field. He just thinks they should be outlawed. They create dangers, not necessarily for the bullpen people, but for players, especially infielders, outfielders, who have to go over there and chase pop-ups. You got the mound, you got the plate, things to fall over and run into.
Yeah, I don't. There's no other room in this ballpark to put him down there.
Not for the moment.
No.
Unless you had him underneath, maybe somewhere. I don't know.
Well, we went to the old Yankee Stadium, and now they're out in left center. But it used to, there were chutes that went back in. So I guess if they are going to expand the bleachers, they already have some barricades. And then the other thing with the visiting, the mound's a little bit shorter. In other words, not 60 feet 6 inches, but or I guess a little not as wide. So if you warmed up O'Day and Miller, you would have a big problem. So because O'Day would be falling off the right side of the mound. Andrew Miller would be scraping his knuckles against the wall.
Yep.
So what they do, if those two have to warm up, lefty righty, they have to alternate. And that's because
there's many eccentricities.
Yeah. See how they actually have, what, 3 warm-up mounds? Or no, that's just a piece of white, but they're much wider.
All right, Kangas fights it off, keeps the at-bat alive on a 3-ball, 2-strike count. That's Buck's position that there should be. Major League Baseball should have a quality control official who travels ballpark to ballpark and maintains minimum Major League standards for every park. And one of the things would be there would be no bullpens on the field and no surge coming out of the showers like in Oakland. Here's the 3-2 coming from Grimm. And again.
Yeah, first low pitch. I'm not saying it was low, but he's been a very favor the hitter umpire until this call. Now it's got the plate, but is it high enough? And I guess the question, our strike zone, bottom of the zone, it hardly ever says anything. And from this angle, you can see it's too close to take 3-2.
So Grimm gets a strikeout. That'll be his third. He has retired. All batters faced. 8 of them. Here is Pierce, double, scored a run first inning. 1 for 2, flied out to left. And the other at bat that he had. Steve over there at first base, and what will be his normal starting role now with Manny Machado up for the season after the surgery on that knee. And Pierce will do the job at first, and Davis, for the most part, will be at third. Ryan Flaherty will probably get some playing time at third base, depending on who's pitching. And then will Gord Phelps get time? There's Manny, who's with the ball club now, but next week he'll go home with the Orioles, and then next week they'll make arrangements.
Yeah. Well, and you're always, I guess the silver lining is they found it earlier. Obviously, in a perfect world, he'd play. Orioles would go to the postseason. He'd be a big part of it because he's a very special player. And he's just rounding into form. Where that right knee crumpled.
Pierce will ground that one in the hole. Deep, long throw. Baez shows his arm off right there and gets him. And another 1-2-3 inning, 3 clean innings in a row out of the bullpen for Grimm. 4-2 Cubs. By visitapolis.org. Find it here. And by Coons. When you're talking cars, you're talking Coons. Chicago skyline as the Orioles and Cubs play here in Game 2. Only the third series these two teams have ever played. So for Oriole fans, many of them, first time they've ever come to Wrigley Field to see a ball game. Ubaldo Jimenez on the mound in relief after the long rain delay of Bud Norris. That was a dangling participle. Bud Norris had nothing to do with the rain delay. It was not his, but he was pitching when it came. Back to work. Chris Coghlan, big hit in the ball game. That triple, bases loaded, second inning, drove in 3. 1 for 2 in the ball game, off the mitt to the backstop, top of the order. Baez and Rizzo to follow.
Yeah, that's one of the little, I guess, quirky parts of Wrigley Field. Balls down the line if you can run, and Coghlan can, are triples, not doubles.
And a towering pop up to right. Markakis, and he will put it away. 1 down, bottom half of the 5th inning. In our Major League Notebook on this date in history, it was in 2001. Randy Johnson became the first pitcher to strike out 300 batters in 4 straight seasons. And in 1958, Nellie Fox's streak of 98 straight games without a strikeout ended. That was back when hitters did not want to strike out. Nellie Fox, a member of the Hall of Fame, in 1997 elected 12-time All-Star. The league led the league in singles for 7 straight seasons, and was an MVP in the American League and led the team and led the league in hits 4 times. He had a number I still find unbelievable. He had over 2,600 hits, 9,200 plus at bats. He struck out 216 times. Unbelievable.
Well, he
number.
used a bat. I don't know if it was the U1, but the U1 where the handle of the bat was almost as big as the barrel.
Yep. And choked up and made contact. And just punched the ball into the outfield somewhere. He wasn't hitting for power. And Nellie Fox and Louis Aparicio formed one of the great double play combinations with the go-go White Sox.
And Louis was the first shortstop when I got to the Baltimore. He had been traded for Ron Hansen, who had been Rookie of the Year. Ronnie, a Baltimore native, so he went over to the White Sox. And then Louis also gets to the Hall of Fame. Entirely different hitters. You know, Louis could steal bases. Nelly didn't steal that many, but Louis could hit some home runs.
Big cut by as usual. He has struck out twice in the ballgame.
Just in case I hit it, I'm going to swing hard.
Three ball, 2 strike count. Infield playing him to pull. And he will reach that one and foul it off. Jimenez holds the count at 3-2. Third inning of work for Ubaldo Jimenez after the rain delay. Orioles facing Grimm. Kyle Hendricks, the 2 runs, 5 hits, 2 innings, walk, 2 strikeouts, swung on and got him.
Well, you're not 4-9 if you're making these pitches 3-2. You get 3-2, but can you drop down a little bit and then throw your slider right in the corner? It doesn't really matter if it's Baez, young hitter, or not. That's such a quality pitch. 3 strikeouts out of 3 at bats. So what is he now? 34 strikeouts in 70. Keep swinging.
The season tends to, according to him. Quotes this morning. Yeah. Here is Rizzo. Rizzo has flied out twice. Their big home run hitter, and he will take the pitch inside for a ball. That's 5 strikeouts now, picked up by Jimenez since coming out of the bullpen in this ball game. Rizzo with the outfield playing deep on him. He'll be swinging for the long ball here, and that one's going to be fouled off.
Yeah, the ball he hit on the first pitch that Ubaldo, when he came in relief, probably would have gone out of here now, but the wind was blowing a lot differently. There's the lefty Wesley Wright,
and the pitch is there for a strike at the knees on the inside corner. Great location on that one.
Yeah, Anthony Rizzo hovering, and he's a big guy hovering over the plate.
Second in home runs, Giancarlo Stanton in the National League. Their leading offensive man in just about every category. 1-2 delivery on the way to him, and he'll take the pitch up and away.
You could hit Rizzo. His hands are so much over the plate with actually a strike.
Tries to deny you that inside part of the plate by challenging you to throw there. That gives him a chance to cover the outside.
Yeah, exactly. And he's got long arms and he's a big man.
And he'll punch that one to left field. That's going to fall in for a base hit. So Rizzo is on with an opposite field single played back in by Cruz. And with 2 away, the Cubs get a runner on. The O's on top of the American League East, and Massa wants you to show your support by using hashtag #IBackTheBirds throughout August and September. Tweet and Instagram using the tag to connect with fans eligible to win exclusive prizes from Massa. They're doing that right now. So a runner on for the Cubs. Each team now with 5 hits. Buena up. Hardcore hanging on after a 3-hour 9-minute rain delay. A walk and a run scored second inning, and he is struck out and swings through it. Orioles put that shift on in the infield.
Yeah, we saw where his power was. 0-2 fastball thigh high was the home run yesterday, number 12.
That is Chris Davis in shallow right field, the third baseman. Hardy's on the other side. And that one is inside. Made him dance a little bit. And 1-1.
Very effective way to kind of move the feet, establish the outside part of the plate.
Jimenez has pitched against this Cubs team 5 occasions, all as a starter. 5.63 ERA and a 1-3 record against the Cubs over the years, giving up 27 hits in 24 innings. Cubs hit .278 against him in those ball games. 1 ball, 1 strike. One and 1 with 2 down. Outfield straight away. Balbuena waiting on it, and another one that'll move him around a little bit. 2 and 1. See his numbers here at Wrigley in 3 starts, 0-2 with a 5.28 earned run average here in this ballpark. Again, those National League years. That one's going to bounce off the plate. So he falls behind Balbuena. 3 ball, 1 strike count with Sweeney waiting on deck. Balbuena's got a 3-game hit streak coming into this ball game.
Hey, you don't want to have to throw him a strike, and the count dictates that he has to. The whole book on him, hearing some of the Orioles try to get ahead and then get him to chase out of the zone. You can't do that 3-1.
Down to first and foul.
But that's what he's going to try to do. Try to hit it hard somewhere.
Almost picking off his first base coach on that one, Eric Hensky. That's why they wear helmets and why he's going to back up. That's not where he was standing on that last swing.
Wait, yeah, he told Anthony Rizzo, "You're on your own. I'm backing up a little bit."
Runner's going anyway. That's going to be a foul ball. Just missed and broke the bat.
Well, you can see the chef. Pierce is not too far from the foul line. He thought he could catch that ball, but it hooked by him. I don't know if I've ever seen a line drive into foul territory that a first baseman's caught, but that was pretty close to it. I think with now all the shifts, you may even see that.
I saw Keith Hernandez do that a couple of times, actually.
Probably late in the game. And
late in the game, playing way over. Could make a dive, but generally don't see first baseman playing that close, as you said. So do it again. 3-2. Runner will be going. Balbuena will foul it off, and Rizzo will come back to first base. So Balbuena working Valdo Jimenez here in the 5th inning.
And they don't hold
5 hits.
And they don't hold Rizzo on, and one of those little nuances. But what happens is he's going to get a much better jump. So a ball up the gap or down the lines is going to score.
Runner going, ball put up in the air to center. Jones has it lined up, and he will put it away. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. 5 complete here at Wrigley with the Cubs up by 2. road trip. Miguel Gonzalez returns to the O's on the mound against Yoshiwada. Series finale. All right, coverage on Masson. 1:30 O's Extra presented by Dodge. Game coverage at 2. All the access you need right here on Masson.
So Miguel Gonzalez for the Orioles. We get the number. He's actually pitched very well for him. And then I watched Wada the other day. 90 miles per hour. Nice little changeup. He's had a chance now that he's recovered from the Tommy John surgery. Low ERA. Doesn't walk a lot of guys. Finesse left-hander. He's got a curveball or changeup he'll throw in any count. And one thing I do know, I watched some big batting practice today. Doesn't hit well.
My seat's right there. Only one of the guys that got tickets for a stayed, apparently. Everybody else went home.
No, a selfie.
He's good. He's taking was he taking a picture of himself with the empty seats? A little selfie there. Good job. All those seats were full when the game started.
Yeah. Still some Hardy fans perched out there, and that's what you are, I would imagine. I mean,
here's the "Let's Go O's" chant.
Well, 3 runs in 15 innings. Or actually make it 14 innings. Arrieta set the pace for the Cub pitchers. Retired the first 13 yesterday. So Orioles got that run in the 5th inning. And today they got him early.
Jones, Cruz, and Davis will be up. Adam with a double and an RBI, and he is struck out swinging. Grimm's delivery, and that'll be in the inside corner for a strike. See the home runs for a center fielder. All time for the Orioles. Adam Jones at the top of the pile, 159. Brady Anderson, Paul Blair, Mike Devereaux on the list. Red Lynn. Swing and a miss. 0-2.
Well, Grimm's been perfect. 3 strikeouts, retired 9 in a row. Showed why he started in the minor leagues, because he's got 3 pitches. And today is throwing them over.
0-2 count on Jones. Infield backs up a step. Tails that one in on Adam. And a 1-2 count.
You think instead of Chicago, you think you're in Seattle. The way this bullpen throws. Some pretty good arms out there.
Waiting on a 1-2. And Jones off the fist to short. Baez has got it. Look out. Oh, what a pick. That's Rizzo at first base on a tremendous play to save his infielder.
Good way to get hurt. Big guy. I mean, I think he's a gymnast. Does the splits. Not a great throw by Baez by any means. Wow.
Wow. Cirque du Soleil just called. Wanted to get his number. Cruz coming up. He is struck out. Hit into a fielder's choice. Great play. Baez saved an error right there by his first baseman. And that's what first basemen do when they're good. Pitch will miss. Nelson Cruz, the 0 for 2. He's had a hit, a home run, and 6 at-bats in the first 2 games. Nelson, a .267 hitter in this ballpark with a couple of home runs. Grimm's delivery to him, and that will miss outside. 2-0.
Chris Davis on deck, and that's Wesley Wright is up for the lefty Davis. And the Orioles are just looking to get somebody on. And Cruz hit a missile for that home run. High fastball off of Jake Arrieta yesterday afternoon.
Another one way outside. So he gets ahead on the count here, 3-0. Orioles trying to get that potential tying run at least to the plate here in the middle of the ball game. So we're in the top of the 6th inning. And Arrieta checking his scorecard with players who's done what against whom as far as his bullpen is concerned. 3-0. See if he's green light. It's taken outside, 4 in a row, and he's on. Second walk the Orioles have drawn today. The first one off Grimm, and that'll bring Renteria out. So the matchup here with 1 down in the 6th inning.
Yeah, he really pitches well, and Looks like they might do a double switch, National League Baseball.
Chris Phillies will come out to play in the infield. And they'll get the matchup they want with the lefty coming on to face Davis. 1 on here in the 6th inning for the Orioles, who trail by 2.
Tougher on righties than lefties. The righties, though, hit all the home runs. So there is the record. There's the ERA. Been pretty good. Does not walk a whole lot of people. 13 and 39 innings. A lot of strikeouts. Not overpowering. About 91. And lefties, you can see at 292. The righties at 202. Might be because of the changeup. Also has a knuckle curveball.
Phillies will come into the ball game on a double shift. He will bat 9th. Wright will bat 4th. El Bueno, the third baseman, coming out. Shift on against Chris Davis, who is 0 for 2. He is grounded out, flied out, Cruz on at first base. And the pitch away. For Chris Davis, he is 0 for 3 against Wesley Wright in appearances in his career. Chris hitting $1.98 against the left-handers and $1.89 against right-handers coming into the ball game. Pitch on the way to him, and Davis with a big cut, not connecting on it. 1-1.
Yeah, changeup down and away. And if you've watched Chris Davis, if you make a mistake, Capuano of the Yankees, Furbush, another left-hander with the Mariners, game winner there, big home run against the Yankees. Just slider you leave in the middle of the plate, gets out of there pretty quickly.
1-1 delivery will go the other way, but it's going to go foul. The outfield's pretty much straight up as normal, even when the infield has the big shift on.
Well, the wind's died, so I would imagine, at least the flag, maybe they're just wet. I don't know, but I guess there's a slight breeze blowing out to left center. You don't realize till you see when the wind's blowing out how small this ballpark is.
1 ball, 2 strike count. Short lead at first base. Wright's deliveries way outside. Sweeping pitch right there. And it goes to 2-2.
Yeah, a little extra on the fastball gets it to 90, but not even close to the zone.
Grimm, a very solid 3 1/3 innings. Only base runner. The walk picked up by Cruz is on at first base. 1 walk, 3 strikeouts for Grimm. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Rizzo sort of holding the runner, playing near the bag, but off it with the left-hander up. Came inside that time to him and gets him.
Yeah, I don't know if that's, certainly effective, but usually you try to throw it down and away. This time you'll swing right over it. Well, all the good left-handed hitters tell you those are the ones you want to hit, the ones that start at you, but couldn't quite get to it.
Hardy has faced right a couple of times, 1 for 2. JJ picked up a single and scored second inning. He led the inning off with that base hit. Came in on the Norris RBI single. And that's a strike on the outside corner. For Hardy on the year, .250 against the left-handers, .296 against the right-handers. Rizzo now back on the bag, holding Cruz tight. 0-1 pitch by Wright, and that's down low, 1-1. See, the highest batting average in interleague play, J.J. Hardy this year at .426. Rajah Davis with the Tigers just a little bit ahead of him starting the day. Left-hander the look over and the 1-1. Hardy got jammed on a good one.
Well, they're making some good pitches, and when the Orioles get pitches in the middle of the plate, it can be a very dangerous hitter. But when you change speeds, really pitch, you can power the ball by him. Much harder to get on the board.
29-year-old left-hander, Tampa Bay and Houston last year. 1-2 delivery on the way, and that'll be even more inside. Count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Cubs have the 4-2 lead, scoring coming early. Cubs getting 4 runs, 4 hits, second inning, bases loaded triple. Coughlin the big 3 RBIs, Watkins the other. Orioles RBI Jones in the first, RBI Norris in the second. 2-2 delivery taken, and it goes full. So Cruz with 2 away at first base will be going. Rizzo moves behind him. And Hardy will try and keep the inning going. Scope waiting on deck. 3-2. Got him. Another nasty pitch. Throws tags put on, so he doesn't need to throw it. So Wright gets a couple of strikeouts, 2 batters faced. Orioles leave a runner. Still up by 2, the Cubs.
Adam Jones doubles it in left field, and then Bud Norris will actually help his own cause off the glove of Valbuena. Orioles would lead it at that point 2-0. But second inning, 4 hits. The big one, the triple by Coughlin. Chris Coughlin down into the corner, and he will clear the bases. And Bud Norris, and the rain comes out, so he'll leave. Kyle Hendricks leaves. Alvaro Jimenez comes in. Has pitched very well. You can see no walks. And this 5 strikeouts, 3 innings. Those are your Geico game highlights. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Sweeney will lead it off. Sweeney leading it off has struck out a couple of times. There's the starter, Bud Norris, who some 4 hours ago was working in this ball game. He could be the losing pitcher in this game, giving up 4 runs, 4 hits in 2 innings. The Orioles cannot make a comeback in this. Sweeney to be followed by Castillo. Jimenez delivery and a check swing. Did they go around? Nope. And a 3-0 count on the leadoff batter. It was the leadoff batter, Valbuena's walk in the second, that ignited their big 4-run 4-hit inning where 8 batters came to the plate. What Jim just showed you, creating that bases loaded situation. Taking, and he's on. 4 in a row out of the strike zone. That's the first walk surrendered by Jimenez. Our PNC Minor League report is brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you.
Yeah, Ryan Webb, the sinker ball actually pitched pretty well. It looked to me he got a little bit tired. Everything got up. So one of those situations where McFarland was pitching well. Brad Brock, who'd been up down 3 times, comes to the big leagues, and I would imagine he'd be one of the guys you see right away when the rosters expand.
Here's the catcher, Wellington Castillo, with a runner on at first base, and he will take the first strike. Out of the Dominican Republic, the backstop for the Cubs last year, and a big solid 274 batting average. 8 home runs, 32 RBIs. 1 ball, 1 strike count on him. He's been with the organization since he was signed as an undrafted free agent back in 2004. 1-1. Castillo waiting. Delivery will be fouled off.
Valdo, he'll be the 3rd hitter up, so this most likely will be his last inning. Love to get something down in the zone, maybe get 1 pitch for 2, double play ball.
Such a great first name, Wellington Castillo. Such a traditional.
Are you hungry? Give it a beef Wellington.
Well, now that you brought it up.
Yeah, right. I'm going for Colombian food with Joey.
I am too. I want Colombian food tonight. He knows where to find it.
Yeah, but it's kind of good news. Good news, it tastes fairly good. Not that I've ever had it. The bad news is it's very close to the ballpark here.
I'm getting as far away from here as I can. Down the line, Marquez into foul territory. Nice catch. Got over there. Castillo is retired. 1 down. Runner back to first. Sweeney. As promised earlier in the game, our AT&T fan photo. Show us your muscles. All right, stop showing us your muscles. Oriole fans who bought tickets across the way, the Skybox on Sheffield.
Wow,
and that's up there.
Those are worse seats than Bob Uecker used to have.
They are.
Yeah,
that's hard to say. And the pitch will be taken down low.
You think after a 3-hour rain delay they would actually move you into the ballpark? Then I don't know how you you could kind of somehow get your way in here, move closer to the field. You're closer to Lake Michigan in those seats than you are to home plate.
Alcantara will foul that one back. I don't know if the deal cut. I'm sure the deal cut with the White Sox when they worked the deal out with the owners of those properties, allowing them to sell tickets. White Sox, I think, get a cut. Cubs, I mean, get a cut. Probably does not allow them to come into the yard.
Yeah, I was only kidding.
No, I know you were, but it was something could have been negotiated.
Yeah. Or still could be, because negotiations are still going on.
Yeah. Yes. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Not a big lead. Looking down to third base here to see whether or not Sweeney's going to be moving with only 1 away. Very short lead. And then as the delivery, and that pitch is going to be down low. So Alcantara takes it to a 2 ball, 1 strike count. He had a 1 for 4 and an RBI in the ball game yesterday. And a part of this offense today with a single and a run scored. Fielder's choice, stolen base. Jimenez behind him now, 3-1. Orioles have not started anybody throwing in the bullpen, although they are loosening up. 3-1 delivery on the way, and that's going to be under the glove of Jonathan Scope. Arquegas will hold the runner. Alcantara gets his second hit of the ball game. And now runners at first and second base, one down.
I thought early in the game yesterday, though, the infield was fairly slow, but it's speeded up. I mean, right here, count has a lot to do with it. Talk about playing the shift or positioning when you get into those 3-1 counts versus 1-2, 0-2 hitters. As Bobby Dickerson said, they get into the pull mode, and that's exactly what happened there. So if you're playing more up the middle, and you got to move sometimes to the count.
So Watkins is going to get another chance. Logan Watkins, the recent call up, came up in the second inning, picked up an RBI base hit, struck out in the fourth with a runner on. Now he's got 2 on here in the sixth. The Cubs are 3 for 7 with runners in scoring position today, which is the number they ended with in yesterday's ball game.
Well, he had 2 good at bats. I mean, he dumped one into left, so he got a little bit lucky, but that kind of set it up for Oakland and the bases loaded triple. And the last time, runner on second, because of the error of Davis, he hit the ball the right side, but Steve Pearce made a great play and ended up throwing Wellington Castillo out at third.
2-0 count.
Well, Buck Showalter, two relative pitching coaches, Chidi and Waller, saying, "Oh boy, we'd like to have him get out of this inning."
Delivery on the way. Now you do not have the pitcher, remember, batting ninth with the double switch that they made. Valeka's the hitter waiting on deck in the number 9 spot, and the count has gone 3-0 on Watkins. He walked the leadoff batter Sweeney. 3-0 count, and Watkins taking all the way. It is a strike. 3-1.
Yeah, Botto goes a little bit left, and the ball runs. It was right on the corner.
Watkins about to turn 25 years old. Played only 27 games with the Cubs last season, his first major league appearance. Puts one up in the air to center field. Runners will go halfway. Jones has got it, and the runners will stay. And there are 2 down. So with 2 away and 2 on, Valeka's going to get his first chance at the plate in the ball game today. He had a double late in the ball game, 7th inning yesterday, and would end up scoring. Led off the inning with a double. Now Valeka will stand in with 2 on and 2 down. Obviously a big at bat here in this moment in the ball game as the Cubs trying to increase that 4-2 lead.
No home run on Wednesday night. 278, 10 home runs, 51 RBIs before he got called up from AAA Iowa.
Valeka will take the pitch for a strike on the outside corner. He has not had a chance with a runner. Let's see. Oh, he has 3 for 6 with a runner in scoring position since being called up. 1 home run and 5 RBIs. Delivery to him, and that's going to be blooped for a base hit. Runners are going. Sweeney the turn. He'll score. Throw will come to third. Davis able to pocket it and hold the runner.
Well, if he does it, it's another run. Jimenez was behind home plate, back it up. Ideally, you kind of like to be somewhere in between, but right here, right off the fist. And that's all it takes. Orioles haven't been able to do that. And there's the Jonesy throw, and it's a little bit wild, nicely corralled by Chris Davis. So now you trail by 3.
Kind of surprised there's nobody up in the Orioles bullpen. So a run in here, leadoff walk has scored. Sweeney in RBI. Valeka gets it done with 2 down. Now runners on at first and third, and here's Coughlin. Coughlin, who's picked up the big hit, the bases loaded, triple in the second inning. He's 1 for 3, and he will take the pitch up high for a ball. 1-0 count, 2 down. Now a 5-2 lead for the Cubs here in the 6th inning. Jimenez delivers to him, and that'll be popped up shortstop. Hardy back, and he's got it for the out. So the leadoff walk scores. 1 run on a couple of hits. 2 are left on base. Are on the do-ups. Scope, Hundley, and Jimenez do-up. Make your deposit now for 2015 Orioles full of partial season plans. Start earning major league savings as the Orioles are on their way to the postseason, hopefully. And this ball game not going the way they'd like it, with a score of 5-2. The Oriole fans have not had a lot to cheer about in this one, except in the first inning. So 7 hits for the Cubs, 5 for the Orioles. And the left-hander, Wright, will stay on. He struck out both batters faced in the 6th inning. Jonathan Scope a double, and he has grounded out. Bottom third of the order with Scope, Hundley, and then a pinch hitter for Jimenez with the bullpen active. Almost caught the knee on that one.
Well, there are so many little battles in games. Kyle Hendricks, the 24-year-old rookie, really been pitching well. I mean, he gives up a run in the first inning, but the runner in scoring position gets Cruz and Davis out, gives up another run, then gets
bouncer to short, big hop.
And then when he gets in trouble in the second, and he gets Markakis and Pierce out, and then when the weather's getting bad, lead off walk. Fujikawa, who just got off the disabled list with Tommy John surgery, came back in 14 months. Watched him throw the other night. Actually threw very well. Tommy Hunter up for the Orioles. So today, when the Cubs have needed outs, they've been able to get them, and when they've needed hits, they've been able to get those.
12 in a row retired during the middle part of the ball game after the Orioles got that run in the second inning, and then the walk was picked up by Cruz in the 6th. Now 3 more have been retired. Hundley's 0 for 2. He is popped out and struck out, and the pitch is outside for a ball. The Chicago pitching staff here at home in particular, really tough of late. 3.44 is their ERA at home. That's one of the best home ERAs in the majors. Ripped into left field for a base hit. So Hundley is on. His first hit comes with 1 away here in the top of the 7th inning. So with Jimenez due up, Cord Phelps is going to come to the plate. He is another one of the names mentioned by Bobby Dickerson when we talked with him before the game today, who might see action at third base. Phelps is working out there with Bobby. And Chris Davis, the primary guy, Ryan Flaherty and Phelps, the other two.
Well, after today, you have 35 games, and depending on how many off days, there aren't that many of them, you still have to rest people. Here comes Chris Bosio, a little conference.
And you got the expanded roster coming on September 1. So a little discussion here as Bosio comes out. Orioles now with 6 hits. Orioles have left only 4, and only one of those in scoring position.
Yeah, well, look at you look at the Yankees, as you mentioned, have won. Toronto won. This month, the Orioles have gone 13-6. The Yankees have gone 11-10 after losing 6 in a row. Orioles had won 2 of those games against them. So the one thing, as we mentioned early on, you got to go all the way back to the month of April and May, where the Orioles have had an extended losing streak, and that's what you want to stay away from. And this is such a fickle game for anybody that's ever played it or watched it.
Giveth and taketh away.
Yeah, it really does.
For unknown reasons.
You win games, and sometimes you're heading for the car, or you come the next day and go, how did I win? How did we win yesterday? Versus, gee, I can't believe we lost that game.
Gord Phelps up there with a runner on at first base. Phelps called up to be a bench player for the Orioles from AAA Norfolk, where he's hitting .258, 7 home runs, 49 RBIs in the 96 games he played there. A lifetime .280 hitter in the minors with 60 home runs over 7 minor league seasons. Gord Phelps will take the pitch outside. The Orioles trying to generate something against the left-hander Wesley Wright. Bullpen action now underway for the Cubs. And they've got to get a right-hander ready. Nick Markakis, and then Pierce would be due up. Right, 1-0 delivery. Phelps will take it to short. Taylor made. There's 1, and there's 2. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on base. Cubs maintain their lead. 7th inning stretch time from Wrigley. 5-2 Chicago. Lead this one 5-2.
And our M&T Bank call to the bullpen brought to you by M&T Bank. When Baltimore succeeds, we all succeed. Tommy Hunter certainly thinks and hopes that's the case. He's been pitching very well. 1 earned run over his last 8 appearances. The cut fastball, thing of the past, hasn't thrown one since May. Power arm. ERA slowly coming down. He was the closer when the season started. That's now Zach Britton, so he comes in. Numbers much better this year. Last year they were over 300. All 9 of his home runs hit by lefties. And the right-handed batting average last year was in the 140 level, so that's up a little bit. But much more balanced attack to get hitters out this year.
Baez will be leading it off. 2, 3, 4 in the order. There'll be a pinch hitter for Wright, probably, as Wright's batting, the pitcher's batting in the cleanup spot at the moment. Tommy Hunter's delivery, and that is a strike. Baez has 3 strikeouts, and the golden sombrero awaits if you can get another. Neil Ramirez getting ready in the bullpen. A sombrero few have chosen to wear if given a chance.
4 on Wednesday night, or actually make it Thursday night off the lefty Baumgartner.
He has 6 home runs, 10 RBIs, first 18 career games. 15 starts at second base, 3 made at shortstop. He's playing shortstop again today. Starlin Castro out in the air to right field, drives it into the well, way back, and that's what he does. Goodbye, home run. Baez gets another one as he puts it in the basket, hanging from the bleachers. Number 7 in his 11th RBI.
Yeah, he loves the ball out over the plate, no doubt about that. He's one of those young hitters with tremendous power, and if you throw him a strike, here's your Lexus Townsend drive of the game. I mean, just fastball away, not a horrible pitch, but it's elevated, and that's what he does. It's a screaming line drive.
Caught by the basket. Our Lexus Townsend drive of the game brought to you by Lexus Townsend, the area's #1 Lexus dealer. Come see why. LexusTownsend.com. So Tommy Hunter comes on and surrenders the home run, and Baez is exciting. I mean, for all the strikeouts he's going to pile up, the fans and maybe the Cubs are going to be willing to forget all about that if he can deliver enough of those.
Well, you can also see he's a pretty good shortstop.
That's ripped into right field. That'll be a base hit by Rizzo. Markakis will, no, he's going to go for 2. Relay not in time. A double. Rizzo 2 for 4.
Well, here's your interleague home field advantage. Because it's so deep, if you do cut a ball off and you don't anticipate, plays right in front of Anthony Rizzo. So he knows. I mean, Markakis will get to it. And it's not like he hesitated, but he hesitated just enough. Even if you make a good play, it's going to be bang, bang. So what do you have to lose? You already got your significant lead, 4-run lead. Let's see if you can beat the throw, and he does.
So a home run and a double to start the 7th. Caesar is going to be the pinch hitter with a runner on at second base. Matt Caesar, pinch hitting, called up from AAA, Major League debut on Sunday in New York, was a pinch runner. So yet another one of these young players being called up and given a chance here. The runner at second base, and he'll ground it. Going to go to third. Hardy big hop's got to go to first, and in the dirt, nice pick. Steve Pearce able to pull it up. Caesar is retired. Moving over to third base with one away is Rizzo. Oriole fans could earn rewards for sharing and posting Orioles content at osbirdsnest.com. Enter today's bonus code Boddicker before midnight tonight and receive 2 bonus tokens. Be entered to win the monthly prize of the autographed player photo or grand prize of 2 tickets to opening day next year. osbirdsnest.com. Chance for another run here with the runner on at third base here in the 7th inning. Sweeney will get the opportunity. Only 1 down. Orioles will play halfway on the left on the infield and same on the right. So they'll go to the plate if they have a chance. Rizzo obviously not having to go on contact here. Sweeney a walk, and he has struck out twice. He'll chop it. Runner is coming. Played by Pearce. Throw to the plate, and they got him. He is out. So they decided, the Cubs did, to have him run on contact, and now we're going to get.
Oh no! Come on!
You get Renteria coming up.
Yeah, Renteria believed Alcantara, and he's going to say. I mean, Hundley catches his ball. His foot's on the plate. You have the whole plate to slide to. Now he's behind it. See, much more. He gave a much more plate than they gave Davis yesterday. But again, this is just getting silly. I mean, look at the whole plate he has to come to, and he put the glove down. You're wasting time.
Wasting time because you got nothing to lose.
Oh, I know. It's just, but it's getting nauseous. You can become nauseous all these plays.
Now this is a crew chief review, not a challenge. to see if there was a violation of the catcher blocking the lane to the plate.
Next thing, you're going to give catchers white gloves. It's going to be a white glove service. Well, I'm not going where Ken Harrelson went, but this is so against baseball. Look at the plate. You got the whole plate, and you're a big guy. Come on.
Well, that's what the umpire called, and if they uphold it, then it stays.
I'm a little impatient today. Looks pretty textbook to me.
They get the decision from New York, and it's an out, just as it should be.
Yes. Yay.
There you go. So they get the out at the plate as Pierce makes the play. And that will leave a fielder's choice runner, Sweeney, down there at first base. So they get rid of that lead runner. And Sweeney's going to be coming out of the ball game now as they will pinch run. Travis Wood will come on as the pinch runner.
A pitcher, one of their starters. Pretty good hitter too.
So runner on at first base. There are two down here. That'll bring Castillo up. Castillo has a single, a run scored, has reached on an error and is flied out. They'll put a shift on, not entirely all the way around, with that runner on at first base. Scope's got to stay close enough to cover if he goes. And the pitch taken inside by Wellington Castillo. So the Cubs on top, adding a run on the home run by Baez, but Hunter may be able to leave it at that here in the bottom half of the seventh inning. He's got two down. For Tommy, that was the fourth home run that he has surrendered this season in the 46 innings pitched.
Yeah, this is the most runs that the Cubs have scored. All the way back to the extra inning game back at Colorado when they scored 6 runs.
Been a while.
Yeah.
1 ball, 1 strike delivery on the way. Foul back. 1-2, 2 down. Are we back here tomorrow? Will it be a rubber match, or will the Orioles be trying to avoid a sweep? Miguel Gonzalez, Toshi Wada. Game time will be on the air at 1:30 O's extra, 2 o'clock for the ball game. Renteria's Cubs going to play the spoiler role the rest of the way, and strike on the outside corner. So Tommy Hunter gets the K. 1 run in on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. End of 7. It's now a 6-2 Cubs lead. The most sophisticated eye care. LifeBridge Health's Krieger Eye Institute handles it all. Call 410-601-2020 for a same-day appointment. Wrapping up with the Cubs tomorrow. End of the road trip, 9-gamer. And then the Orioles get to go home. And a Rays team, which at this point, more of a spoiler role than anything else, with a long shot perhaps at a wild card, but even that's not good at this moment. But those are not going to be easy games against the Rays.
Well, they're not, because they pitch so well, and that's what the Cubs have been doing. Neil Ramirez comes in, so fastball, hard slider, another hard thrower, big guy. And as Dean Albany texted me, along with Justin Grimm, pitched for Walter Yause's Baltimore team, the Orioles team. He's pitched very well and did have some forearm problems, so on the disabled list, off the disabled list.
Good job by Wright, who worked an inning in 2/3. He faced the minimum, did give up one hit, but he got a double play to eliminate that runner, and he had a couple of strikeouts for Wesley Wright, the left-hander. Caesar will stay in the ball game and play in right field. Caesar now in the cleanup spot. Nick Markakis, top of the order for the Orioles against Ramirez. Markakis has had an 0 for 3 in the ball game, 0 for 7 in the 2 games, and 0 for his last 15. Nick at 288 on the year. Ramirez delivery will be third base side, not a play. Long day for both these ball clubs in what's been a very long week for the Cubs. Rain delays and suspended games having to be played. But they have been grinding it out. As Renteria said, we're in the grind part of this season right now. And his club staying up for it. 0-1 delivery down to third again, foul.
Well, he's got a lot of young players, and they've won 14 out of their last 25 games. It may not seem a lot, but when you're really struggling and you've made some trades, some of your better pitchers are no longer wearing Cub uniforms, it's pretty positive. And you get to see your young players play.
That's the big deal.
And it's not like the Orioles aren't trying to win. It's just that they've outplayed up to this point.
0-2 the count of Markakis. And another one the same way. Will hold the count. Pierce and then Jones will be due up for the Orioles. Big story, of course, of the Orioles today, and Buck Showalter, that Manny Machado's done for the season. Will have that knee operated on. And the Orioles will have Chris Davis, for the time being, playing a regular third base. Here's the 0-2 delivery on the way, and that's inside to Nick. 1 ball, 2 strike count.
And then how about the Red Sox? $72.5 million for Castillo, Rusney Castillo, mostly likely going to play the outfield. An outfielder that apparently doesn't have the power of Puig or Cespedes, but great arm, very athletic guy. But he's 28, 7-year deal. A lot of money.
Out of Cuba, ground ball to second, hit fairly hard, but right at Watkins.
Yeah, the Yankees apparently were interested because of their payroll. It would have 72.5, and then probably if you tack that on, it would have cost them another $38 million in the luxury tax.
You can bet the bidding jacked that up, though, between the Red Sox and Yankees. It is now he's got to go for the medical exam here Monday, I guess, or even tomorrow. He's coming for a medical exam. Castillo is, and then they'll officially announce it if there are no problems for the deal. It will be the richest deal that a Cuban defector player has ever had. Down the line in right field, maybe playable. Caesar is over, and Caesar's got it.
A nice name. Very powerful. Chance to meet him. He and Watkins were down there standing there. Of course, Matt had never been in the big leagues. As you mentioned, Logan Watkins last year, 28 games, 38 at bats. He's like a veteran compared to his other fellow. They're still rookies. They just one has a little bit of limited service.
Adam Jones, 2 down, nobody on. Double, RBI. He has struck out, grounded out. Fine play made against him in his last at bat by Baez, a shortstop.
Yeah, one of these games where if the opposition doesn't give you don't hit home runs. The Orioles certainly aren't as good a team, but Justin Grimm was so good, retired the first 10, and then he only walked. So not a lot of free passes, not enough. get back into the game.
Adam will take the pitch. A good wrinkle on that one that catches the inside corner. Good pitch. You can see the Orioles, having seen most of this bullpen, you can see why they are so good based on the performances here in this series. Delivery to Adam. He will foul that one back, and Ramirez will get ahead of him with a 2-strike count. Off that DL on August 10 and picked up right where he left off on the mound. Got his first major league victory against Washington, in fact, in June.
And if you can get power pitchers that, and I speak about power, you can strike people out. He came in 39 strikeouts in just about 30 plus innings. It's nice to have guys that come in and strike people out.
Jones waiting on it. 0-2 delivery again will come inside and leaning back a little bit. Speaking of the Nationals, they are certainly on a tear, playing some outstanding baseball, causing some people, as fans, rightfully so, to say, Nationals, Orioles. They beat the Giants today by a score of 6-2. Zimmerman 9-5 over Lincecum was 10-9. Jones will foul that one off at the plate. Washington has just put together a great string of wins, and as a result, with Atlanta, which had struggled a little bit, able to put some distance between themselves. 6-game lead over the Braves coming into today's play.
Well, they'd won 10 in a row till they lost a game and then got back winning. And then you start looking at run differential, the best in the National League at 95. How about the Yankees? They're minus 39 in runs. In other words, the runs they've scored versus they've given up, and yet they're well over 500.
That one's going to go down the line. Will it stay fair? No.
And then the surprising team, when you look at run differential, but they did have that 12-game losing streak, which kind of buried them. That's the Tampa Bay Rays, who will come to Baltimore.
That's why they're so tough. They still have got enough pitching to give you a headache there, and they can score some runs.
I was still surprised that, I mean, to get Drew Smiley, he did pitch a 2-hit shutout. But I'm surprised the way they were playing, because you just never know that they traded Price in the middle of the season versus the offseason. But then again, I'm not a general manager, so.
That ball will be a base hit in the left center field. He's going to try for 2. Here's the throw, and he's out. Alcantara, the center fielder, and with the Orioles down, is it worth the risk?
Nope. A couple of bad base runs, and you don't see that from Adam, but early in the game tried to go to third, but got thrown out in scoring position.
Tag relayed from behind, and that will end the inning. right. This is the big hit.
And it's a huge hit because, number one, it's 2-1 Orioles at this time. But the way that Bud Norris, at least to this point, has been able to escape damage with runners in scoring position, came in at 184. Coughlin gets the big hit. I saw a lot of pitches. Very ominous looking weather at that time, but that triple even more ominous, as it turns out, than the weather, because it gave them the lead and they have not relinquished it.
4 runs, 4 hits, second inning. That ball to first. Pierce knocks it down, but there won't be any play. Alcantara, that great speed, twice has played into an inability to get him out of there. That's his 3rd hit. 3 singles in the ballgame.
Yeah, gets a fastball to hit, and it's one of those short hop line, kind of a sinking top spin line drives. Pierce tries to take the 1 step back to get a better angle and can't do it.
So Alcantara's on at first base as the Cubs try and add to their lead here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Watkins a single. He has struck out, flied out, has picked up an RBI, and a run scored for Logan Watkins in the ball game. 10 hits now for the Cubs, and the pitch up high. These young players showing off the tools here in this series.
Well, it's on, and I don't mean this in any derogatory term, but a lot of times you play spring training games, you go on the road with so many young players, this is who you see. And you realize, and I realize it, that if you don't make your pitches, or they make their pitches, because they usually have powerful arms, and we've seen that. I mean, Hendricks started a long time ago, but he was, even though he got into trouble, more trouble than he usually gets in for a young pitcher, he was able to get out of it. And then meanwhile, they came to the rescue with their offense, something they've been struggling doing. I mean, they've been hitting home runs. Now hit home runs in 8 straight games, and 13 of them. But they got the big hits, and they've made the big pitches.
You would not know their record by the way they've played these 2 games, that they would be 56 and 72. Their run differential was a -52 coming into the ball game. Runner on at first base. Tommy Hunter's delivery, that'll be taken for a strike by Watkins, and the count will go to 3-1. Valenka waiting on deck. Rondon and Roscup. Hall and Oates. Peter Palmieri. 3-1 the count. And into the gap, left center field. They were playing in, a long way to go. Alcantara with that great speed. He'll be waved around to third. And going to try, no. Throw coming to the plate, cut off. They've got the runner, throw wide, and can't get him.
What a
good play by Jonathan Scope, though. That ball was going to go in the outfield with nobody there.
It's Markakis.
Markakis, sorry. Nick Markakis came in.
How about that? He comes in and covers the base. And if it's a good throw, they're going to get the runner out. Unbelievable. Now right here, no way to get Alcantara, but right here, cut off, snap throw, and then it's a little bit off the mark, and Nick Markakis coming in, good throw, but look at him, he saves it. Otherwise, you're right. Nobody playing over in right center field.
He was it.
You're lucky. You're lucky that he didn't get hurt.
Yeah.
Reaching for that throw, coming in at full speed.
Dave Wallace is on his way out. Tommy Hunter now in the inning has given up a single, a double. That's the 2nd run. He's given up 2 runs, 4 hits in the inning, plus Ryan Madison the pen.
The kind of game where if you're a fastball pitcher and you're not making your pitches, Tommy's so used to pitching in close games. This was one, but isn't now. And I'm sure Dave Wallace is saying, going to get back on focus, got to get us out of this inning. Markakis pitched yesterday. As you're seeing, I don't know of too many guys that are prospects that can't hit the fastball, and they're getting fastballs to hit today, or hanging sliders and doing numbers on them.
And here's another one of those players. Vallejo came on and delivered an RBI single in his only at bat in the 6th inning, and then stayed in the ball game. Delivery to him with a runner on at second base, nobody out here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. 11 hits now, 7 runs on 11 hits for Chicago, while the Orioles have picked up There are 2 runs on 7 hits in the game. Hunter's delivery. Aleka will take it. It is on the outside corner for a strike. Long time since the Cubs have had as big an explosion as this offensively. Aleka was called up from Iowa on the 1st of August. He's made starts at third base, first base, shortstop, and second. Delivery to him. That'll be down to third. Davis, the runner, holds. Now goes. Pierce again. And got him! The second time in the game. Steve Pierce has thrown a runner out at third base. Renteria will come out.
Well, nice play all around. Long throw for Chris Davis. He catches it. And right there takes a look at the runner. And here comes Pierce. Looked like he might have gotten him on the back. Or maybe not. Nobody wants to get thrown out for the second out trying to advance when you're already in scoring position.
So they will review it as.
So it'll all come down to they have a better angle. So this should show us. No, I don't think he tagged him.
Never touched him.
No. So they might change it. Yeah, if that was the only angle, which it isn't, they would not change it. But the other angle, to me, pretty definitive, but missed him by an inch or two.
So we'll wait for word from New York. 7-2 lead for the Cubs in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Orioles are going to get one more shot at it going to the top of the 9th. Cubs would like to add some more to it. Even that angle there, you can't really tell if he got him or not.
No, that's
boy,
it. This is the one. Had a reach. Well, maybe he did slap him. I don't know.
That looks like he didn't, but remember, it's got to be clear that the call on the field is wrong in order for it to be reversed. That's why they're checking the replays available to them.
And there are many.
Decision from New York is out. My guess is that'll be one of those where the call stands. However you cut it, that's a real fine play.
Yeah. Well, how about twice in one day?
Yeah. Get 2 a year.
That might have tied a major league record.
I agree. It's such a hard throw because it's made so seldom all the way across the diamond. Pierce and Davis combined. And it was a situation where the call stands, so there wasn't enough to overturn it. So that'll clear the bases, and there are 2 down.
So that means that you lose the challenge.
Yes. I don't think Renteria cares at this point.
No.
But Chris Coghlan at the plate. 1 for 4. That was the triple we showed you. Ironically, he had not had a hit against Bud Norris in 15 at bats in his career when he got that triple. Played at second by Jonathan Scope, and that will do it. A run in on a couple of hits, no errors, nobody left on base. Orioles have 3 outs to try and make the big comeback. We go to the 9th. Baseball on Masson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. And by Ocean City, Maryland. Put your vacation days to good use in Ocean City, Maryland. Book now at ococean.com. Skies have cleared up. There's actually a beautiful sunset taking place here in Chicago after a dark and stormy day. And 7-2, ninth inning.
And our Jiffy Lube pitching change. This pitching change should be quick, just like a Jiffy Lube signature service oil change. A Jiffy Lube, they get you in and out fast, and you never need an appointment. So Zach Roscoe, who comes in, fastball slider. I can hear the glove popping from here. Just recalled to the big leagues. Hit an inning, 10 base runners in those seven innings. Well, you know what they say, down by 5, give them a finish. Get somebody else in here. Warm up for tomorrow.
Orioles will have Cruz leading it off. Davis and Hardy will be due up in the 9th inning. Nelson Cruz will walk his last time up. He has struck out and hit into a fielder's choice. Roscoe's delivery to him is taken for a strike. No chance to get Roscoe into the ball game. And some further experience working off that third base side of the slab.
Yeah, that gives you the angle to the inside corner.
And came in and fouls that one off. So quickly gets ahead on the count. 2 strikes. Next Saturday, the Oriole Advocates hold their annual cardboard to leather collection at Oriole Park. Bring along any new or slightly used baseball or softball equipment to any gate prior to the game against the Twins, 7:05. It will be donated to the underprivileged youth in developing countries. Financial donations also accepted. That's next Saturday. Stays in, fouled off, bouncer over the Cubs dugout by Cruz.
Yeah, the Twins do come in for what, 4? Hopefully they'll be tired after scoring all those runs. 20 last night, 12 today, and they're playing tonight.
Verlander pitching tonight, right?
Yep.
Against the Twins.
He probably missed a couple of weeks with the shoulder inflammation.
Delivery on the way and a swing and a miss.
Yeah, up the ladder.
This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Orioles may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Orioles. Davis caught up 0 for 3 in the ball game. They are glued to their seats. They have not moved.
They're afraid to.
That's right. Bought those tickets and they're gonna stay.
Now I wonder, I'm sure we could do some investigating reporting.
Really?
And find out what those tickets actually go for.
Oh yeah.
Or maybe by tomorrow.
Left-hander's pitch will be outside.
I was reading something. I think the average ticket price here in the ballpark is something like $44.
And a swing and a miss, trying to stay down and away against him, and a 2-ball, 1-strike count.
And he did. 93 on the corner. 93 up and into Nelson Cruz for the strikeout.
Game delayed by 3 hours and 9 minutes of rain before the beginning of the 3rd inning. A chopper into the shift. Davis is retired, and there are 2 down. The length of the third baseman making that play. So Bud Norris going to take the loss in this game. He'll be 11-8. The winner probably will have to be Grimm. He came on 3 1/3 in relief. Gave up only 1 walk, had 3 strikeouts, no hits. And the Cubs are going to give themselves a chance at a sweep tomorrow.
Yeah, for whatever the reason, Norris in this ballpark will now, with the 4 runs in 2 innings, it'll be 1-3 with an ERA of probably 5.5 runs a game.
Our investigative staff has reported back. We get things done. Those tickets to those seats up there on top of the buildings, $100 to $150, including food and drink. Clearly a bargain.
Parachutes for an extra $5.
That's right. 2-0 count on Hardy. A base hit, a run scored, 1 for 3 in the ball game. AJ will take the pitch down low, and the count goes to 3-0 on Hardy. Jonathan Scope will be on deck.
Yeah, well, the monster seats in, I think, Fenway are somewhere in the 150 range, and I'm not sure you get to.
You get no free there.
No. Not after they signed Castillo.
No.
I mean,
and he walked him. The Rose Cup surrenders the free pass with 2 down here in the 9th inning, and will give Jonathan Scope a chance. The bullpen for the Cubs has given up no runs in this game. Remember, their starter Hendricks only worked 2 innings because of the rain delay. 2 runs, 5 hits. Then it's been Grimm, Wright, Ramirez, and now Rose Cup. They've surrendered combined only 2 hits, 2 walks, no runs.
The Orioles have to go off what happened to the Red Sox, 3-0. Koji Uehara gave up 5 runs in the 9th last night. So Cubs certainly like to take their chances with a 5-run lead and only need 1 more out.
Scope a double, 1 for 3 in the game after the high heat at 93. 2 strikes. Those Cubs delivery on the way, and he did get a piece of that. Fouled it off.
Right out of the glove. Wellington Castillo trying to hold it, and then right out of the webbing. Guys, you got a little bit of extra on that fastball.
Orioles lost 2 in a row in Cleveland on this road trip. That hadn't happened for a long time, and they're going to have the same thing happen to them here. Right at second base, play's got to be made at first. Watkins does, and the ball game is over. So the Cubs have won the first 2 games, 4-1 in the opener, 7-2 in this one, out hitting the Orioles 11-7, as Grimm will get the victory, coming out of the bullpen, doing a real good job for them. And for the Orioles, Norris will take the loss. 7-2 the final.